We're recording. We're recording.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I am going to call the House Special Committee on Wildfire Recovery let me see what the right term is, to order. It's Monday, February 22nd at 5:30. Kirk Golden?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to call the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Wildfire Recovery to order. By some odd coincidence, it's February 22nd for us as well, Rep. Clem.
These are remote meetings of the House and Senate committees, and we will start with the roll call of House members to identify who is present and how they are participating. So committee members, please unmute yourselves, state you're present and whether you're participating by video or phone. And would the committee assistant please call the roll?
Representative Kate.
Present by phone.
Representative Evans.
He is a little late. He's excused.
Representative Gomberg.
Representative Galbraith's participating by video from the Central Oregon coast and has a telephone backup if his internet goes unstable.
Thank you. Representative Graber.
Graber present by video.
Representative Meek.
Meek present by video.
Representative Morgan.
Present by video.
Representative Post.
Present by video.
Vice Chair Lewis.
Present by video.
Vice Chair Marsh.
Marsh here via video.
Chair Clem.
I'm here by video. And let me see if Senator Golden, are you having to do the same thing or not? I can't recall. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask staff to call the roll of the Senate committee, if you would, please. I'd like committee members to answer with their name, their method of participating, and if you'd like, where you are right now.
Senator Kennemer.
Kennemer video in Redmond, Redland, Oregon.
Senator Patterson.
Patterson present from the Mid-Willamette Valley.
Senator Przonski.
Przonski's here by video. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hurd.
Hurd currently present by video, but we'll be bouncing back with phone and whatnot.
Chair Golden.
Golden is present by video from the Rogue Valley.
Great. So to those members of the public listening, I do want to just sort of lay out a little bit what we're going to do tonight. It's primarily aimed at hearing from you. We do have some local government leaders from each of the regions who will just give us a little bit of a welcome and kick off their citizen or introduce their citizens in each component. They will have a whole nother night to talk. So tonight's not meant to be government leader night. It's meant to be citizen night. And so we will move expeditiously towards that. We are going to hear from people from different fire regions, Beachy Creek, Lions Head, Holiday Farm, Archie Creek, Riverside, Echo Mountain, and any other fires in the regions, but you'll get the idea that we're up the Santiam Canyon, up the McKenzie River Valley, and out on the coast, along with some pretty scary stuff getting close to Estacada. So we're going to cover a lot of different parts of Oregon tonight. We heard from a lot of your fellow citizens down in Southern Oregon who were, huge numbers of homes destroyed there. But we're expecting that we're going to hear no less trauma here, even though the numbers are different. The fear and the difficulties that people had are the same and real. And so for us, we're here to really get a to-do list from you on how we can help you. How can we help make you whole? Our goal is not to, rehash difficult circumstances, of the fire and how scary it was and how exactly it started, et cetera. We want to know how you're doing and what we can do to help you real time. And this won't be our only opportunity to hear from you, but this is the first, and we want to hear it unfiltered. So we are not just hearing reports that it's going great, and meanwhile on the ground it's not going great. So feel free to be completely as candid as you like with us. We're all here to support you. Chair Golden, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Last Wednesday night, we had the first of these town halls, as you mentioned, for people affected by the 3 fires in Southern Oregon. And it was a really memorable, moving night with some very useful testimony. And there was some bad news. It was technical bad news. We had a glitch on our end, on the information service end, such that a whole number of people who were waiting to testify couldn't connect with us. And while I think it's rather amazing that we have shifted to remote hearings, a whole new world for us, relatively smoother overall. That night was not smooth. And if people are tuning in from that experience tonight, and I think some of them may be, we are sorry to have tried your patience the way we did, and we are looking for ways to solicit your comments as well. You'll be hearing from us, and that's really all I wanted to say. And thank you, Chair Clem, for the facilitation you did that night.
Great, thank you, Senator. So let's get right into it so we can hear from as many folks as possible. Laura, do you want to give a little bit of intro on how to testify one-on-one, just to make life easier for folks?
Happy to. Chair Clem, members of the committee, here are a few quick tips, and this is really directed to all of you on the line that are testifying from the public, particularly those of you that may not have experienced testifying to a committee before. So here's what to expect. We have until 8:30 p.m. tonight. We have 50 plus testifiers that have showed up and registered. When your name is called and it's your turn to speak, please do turn on your camera if you have one and/or your microphone and simply present your testimony. Please note that if you're on a telephone, you may need to press *6 to unmute, and Chair Clem will remind you periodically throughout the hearing of that. I'd also like to take a moment, Victor, if you're on the line, for a quick translation to Spanish of those instructions.
Of course. Buenas tardes, señores y señoras. Esta noche tendremos hasta las 8:30 de la noche y tendremos 50 testigos. Cuando llamen su nombre y sea su turno de hablar, prenda la cámara y el micrófono y presente su testimonio. Tenga en cuenta que si está hablando por teléfono, es posible que necesite presionar la estrella 6 para activar el sonido. Si habla español y desea ayuda con la interpretación, cuando escuche su nombre, indique en español o en inglés que desea ayuda con la interpretación. Debido a la cantidad de testigos, le pedimos a cada persona que limite sus comentarios a 3 minutos máximo, pero a los hispanohablantes se les dará el doble de tiempo para dar cuenta tanto el testimonio como el tiempo de interpretación. Oirá el sonido de un temporizador al final de los 3 minutos para empujar a concluir a su tiempo, para que otros en la comunidad también tengan tiempo para testificar. Cuando no esté testificando, por favor le pedimos que mantenga la cámara apagada y el micrófono en silencio. Esto es importante para que no escuchemos ruido de fondo o ecos. Y por favor asegúrese de estar silenciado. Le pedimos a esta hora que verifique eso. Gracias.
Thank you, Victor. And for our English speakers, the rest of the quick instructions are this. Because of the number of testifiers, we're going to ask each person to limit their comments to 3 minutes maximum. And we recognize, I will say, that this is a short amount of time to tell a very real personal story. So I do want to mention, if you would like to submit your testimony, your story in writing, you're welcome to do that as well. We're taking comments written until Sunday, February 28th. So you have about a week to write down your story if you'd prefer that as well. And at the end, I will say, of the 3 minutes, you will hear a timer. And the purpose of this is just to nudge you, to let you know that you should be wrapping up your comments so that other people in your community have time to testify too. And Chair Clem, with that, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And we're going to start tonight with the Canyon Valley regions. So that's up the Santiam, up the McKenzie, and actually up the Umpqua as well. And I'm going to just start. I'm going to ask committee members to introduce some of their local officials. But I'm going to start off with my dear friend, Commissioner Kevin Cameron, who is my all-time favorite caucus leader from the 2010 tie, where he really changed the face of our of our session and the way he handled it. And it's been such a wonderful person for me to work with and a mentor for me all these years. So Kevin, if you can get us started, and then Representative Kate will introduce some of the Canyon mayors, and I'll impose on Senator Przansky to introduce Commissioner Buck when the time comes. And then we'll see, my good friend Tim Freeman, we may roll the dice for who gets to introduce him. So Kevin, or Commissioner Cameron, welcome to our committee this evening.
Well, thank you, co-chairs Clem and Golden and members of the committee. It's great to be here with you tonight. And tonight I'm here as a resident of the North Sandy Ann Canyon. I live at 425 Cluster Road in Detroit, Oregon. And I have a temporary apartment here in Salem while my house is being repaired. I want to say thank you to both Speaker Coates and President Courtney for standing up this committee, and I know that they have both appointed, in my opinion, the exact people who need to be here to represent us in making the decisions that will impact all of Oregon residents. Mr. Chair, co-chairs, I would like permission to use a visual aid. This video was recorded by my fiance's friend as we were driving out. I was in my truck and they were following me in the car. If you could play that video. Thank you for that. That was recorded at about 1:50 in the morning on September 8th. What makes that video even more traumatic is when the sheriffs told us to leave, they said, go east towards Bend. And I thought there's a lot of people in this caravan that don't have enough fuel. And I strapped 2 5-gallons of gas in the back of my truck as I drove through that fire, and my truck was just so hot. I thought, oh my God, I'm not going to get out of here. Labor Day weekend was just a great end of the season weekend back in the back of most of our minds. The Beachy Fire had started on August 16th up in the Opal Creek Wilderness. As the weekend went on, many of us were out on our boats waiting for planes to fly. The sheriff had shut down the lake so that the boats could scoop up water. It never happened. By Monday, the lake was windblown and very smoky, but that's happened before. If we all remember the great eclipse with the fires that smoked over our canyon. So nobody was really on a high alert during the day. Early that evening, the wind really picked up and the power went out. Started the generator, as I have on several occasions before in Detroit. We found out later that Consumer Power actually did the right thing by shutting their power grid, knowing that the high winds were about to come. We had dinner and then went over to the O'Donnell's on the lake and had Vicky's homemade cobbler and my famous homemade ice cream. We came back, charged our phones, and watched Draft Day with Kevin Costner. At 9:24 at night, I got a text message that said, be ready to go to level 2 on Tuesday. That would be tomorrow at noon. We thought, okay, we're good to go to bed. I laid awake by my phone, though, because of the high winds. At 1:06 a.m. on Tuesday morning, so 1 o'clock in the morning, I received a level 3 go now notice on my phone, and I could hear sirens and loudspeakers saying, this is the Marion County Sheriff, go now. Co-chairs, I just want to share our experience tonight, and I know that you will hear from many others in the hours and days ahead. So I will conclude my story with this. I am blessed. 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 I am as many of us are who survived this traumatic event. There's a few that didn't. I'm blessed in that my home only had severe smoke damage and I have insurance. There are many, many, many people who lost everything, including some who lost their life here with us. As we attempt to rebuild, my hope is that we will become stronger neighbors, stronger Oregonians, but we will need every resource that the federal government and the state of Oregon can bring to meet the basic needs of those who have lost it all. A community will only be as strong as the foundation that it is built on. It takes strong people, and they will need solid infrastructure, specifically water, sewer, and broadband. Co-chairs Clem and Golden, members of the committee, I thank you for your service to our state and for the good work you will do for these wildfire-impacted communities, and blessings during your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kate, could you introduce our next two guests, mayors from your district?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Clem. I would like to introduce two of our mayors from Detroit and Gates who have been working from day one trying to help our communities rebuild and help people just navigate this disaster that we've experienced. They are Jim Trett from Detroit and Ron Carmichael from Gates. Thank you both for coming and sharing your stories.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mayor Trett, would you like to start?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Jim Trett. I'm a proud resident of the city of Detroit and also extremely honored to be its mayor right now, although I haven't had a day off since the evening of September 8th. Like Commissioner Cameron, I was coming down to Salem on Monday night after enjoying the Labor Day holiday for a doctor's appointment early the next morning, and so decided that I would come down to the family home in Kaiser. Upon arriving in Kaiser, I received a text that said we would be going from a level 0 to a level 2, get ready to get out at noon on Tuesday, and like Commissioner Cameron, kind of changed my plans from what I was going to do that rest of that morning and getting back up to the city of Detroit to start as the Emergency Preparedness Commissioner for the city to start that process. I went to bed about 11:30, and shortly before 1 o'clock received a call from one of my neighbors, a member of our council, who had said that they had been advised to get out and get out now and to go east. Realizing it was not possible for me to go up to Detroit, I went to the U.S. Forest Service Command Center at Staten High School. Pardon me, my dog is saying hi to everybody. And went there. Shortly after arriving there, I realized that people who were coming out of the canyon to the west were stopping at a park and ride next to Highway 22 in Staten. I went over there and heard some of the most harrowing stories I've ever heard. I've heard families saying that they had said goodbye to each other, that they loved each other, but did not expect to get all the way out. It was heart-wrenching and a terrible experience. I was fortunate. My home, for the next day, I thought my home was gone. I found out later it was not. That is followed, I can tell you from personal experience, by a tremendous amount of survivor's guilt. People on both sides of me and all houses behind me on the next street over are totally destroyed. I did find out that my home had suffered more significant damage than we originally thought. Windows cracked, moldings melted, and then found a hole in my roof, which has now affected drywall and some things inside the house. So those things have been heavy on my mind. My problem is, as the mayor, the only thing I have done to try and fix my house in the last 6 months is to get a tarp on the roof to try and keep more water from coming in. The rest of my time has been spent trying to handle the problems of the city. Our major problem right now is lack of water. We are 5 months, almost 6 months into this with no water in our community, which is making the rebuilding process even harder to start. The experience, the feelings are undescribable in terms of seeing what your friends and neighbors have gone through. I still consider myself lucky that I have 4 walls standing, and I think it can be fixed. But we're just going to go from there. My heart reaches out. I agree with Commissioner Cameron. A city the size of Detroit does not have huge reserves with which to rebuild. Our income from property taxes is going to be down, estimated 60%. We have not issued a water bill because our water system was destroyed, not damaged. Those revenues will be down 75%, and cities just cannot regrow without help from the federal government and the state government in particular. Marion County has done a wonderful job of reaching out and helping us. With that, I'll let the citizens of Detroit share their story, and look forward to talking to you more about the city's needs on Wednesday evening. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Trett. We will see you on Wednesday. Mayor Carmichael, are you with us? You're on the phone. You might have to hit *6, Mayor.
There, can you hear me now?
We can. Please, welcome.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you, committee members and chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ron Carmichael. I am the mayor of Gates, Oregon. And my story is on September 8th, 2020, my home and all my possessions were destroyed by the Oregon fires. I literally had just 15 minutes to gather what I could, throw it into an old motorhome, and drive through the fire to escape with my life. There was no level 1 or level 2 warnings. I was woke up at 1:30 in the morning by my son telling me the fire was at my door. When I looked out my back door, I could see the flames only a few hundred feet away. There was no time to grab titles or important documents or anything that would make my life easier later on. All I could do is grab a few clothes, jump into what I figured would be my best option at the time, and leave a lifetime of hard work, memories, and history behind. I had no insurance. Why? Because I have all the skills there is to rebuild whatever I need to do. I was a general contractor, and I could take care of anything except a forest fire that would wipe out my home and hundreds of hours of work and thousands of acres of forest land. So my only recourse was to ask for help from FEMA. I quickly implied and thought I was being a responsible citizen. Everything seemed to go fairly good at first, but then I began to feel like I was a liar and a cheat and a lowlife because I had asked for help. I was constantly being asked for documents and proof of things that I could not produce. They had all been destroyed in the fire. I was in a world of hurt, but that didn't matter to those who were supposed to be helping. Not only was there a fire, but there was also a pandemic that had everything in turmoil. Since that day, I've had to come to the realization that a new chapter has been begun in my life. It's not the chapter that I wrote, nor is it a chapter I have welcomed. It is a new chapter regardless. Each day is presented with new challenges. The hardest days, excuse me. The hardest days are the ones when I'm going through the rubble, trying to find what I can, even though it is barely recognizable and it triggers memories. The worst part of those days is it happens over and over and over again. You can only handle so much and it's time to leave and regroup. The feelings just become too overwhelming. So where do you go from here? Forward is the only direction. There's no going back. There's no way to make it better. It just is. For me, moving forward is a long list of hurdles. There are tests to be done, permits, inspections to be done. There are finances that need to be raised. There are countless trips to the landfills and scrapyards. There's more digging through the rubble, more memories, and more feelings to be felt. Hopefully, eventually, you pray there will be light and there will be peace. But you soon realize nothing will ever be the same. In Gates, 91 homes were destroyed, plus 2 mobile home parks and a motel. This accounts for at least half of our residents being displaced. The same question is asked over and over again. Why? Why wasn't the fire stopped when it was only a few acres? Why did 220 firefighters leave when the fire approached our city? Why did our fire department refuse to protect homes that could have been saved? Why have we been left to suffer when all this could have been prevented? There are a million questions and no one willing to take accountability, but we have been left to face insurmountable loss. We hear that help is coming, but it never shows up. Just more hearings, promises, and stagnation. We need help now, not weeks or months from now, but today. We need boots on the ground. We need to have people at our doors willing to do whatever it takes to help us get through this disaster. We need more action and less talk. We need people with shovels, rakes, and wheelbarrows sweating their asses off. If you really want to help, then help us get back to the place where we can begin to rebuild. Help us remove the past and move forward and move into the future. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. And Mayor Carmichael, are you going to be back Wednesday? I know it's a lot to ask, given you're also trying to rebuild your life, but that's kind of our local government night where we are hoping to hear and give you each more time for some punch lists of, what the most imminent things are, that we need to do.
Yes, I will be sitting in on that one too. I still have to get my punch list together. There's also the North Santingham Sewer Authority presentation that evening with the cost of doing the sewer system that is so badly needed in both Gates and Detroit at this time and stuff. So I'm there, and bad part of it is both meetings are at the same time. So
Okay.
I'm going to have to be bouncing back and forth, it seems like.
If there's a particularly important part of that one, go to that, and then we'll accommodate you on our end, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then Senator Przanski, do you want to introduce the Commissioner Buck and Freeman? I've learned they're both in your area.
All right, thank you, Chair Clem. Floyd Przanski, State Senator, District 4. District 4, unfortunately, is the location of 2 of the fires that we will be discussing and hearing from individuals tonight. The Holiday Farm Fire was up the McKenzie River. We have with us tonight Commissioner Buck. She represents that area of the county, and she has been working tirelessly and with so much effort to try to accommodate the needs of the constituents that I serve and that she serves. We also will hear an opening from Tim Freeman, who is a commissioner out of Douglas County. Douglas County has county-wide coverage. They're not in the wards, and so he's one of 3. And he's also a farmer representative, as most of the elected officials know. And so I appreciate that both of them have made time to be here tonight to kind of do some introductions for some of the other individuals you'll be hearing from. And I hope that they will be able to attend on Wednesday to get into the punch list that you and Chair Golden are looking for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome, Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Chair Clem and members of the House Committee on the Wildfire Recovery, and Chair Golden and members of the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Wildfire Recovery. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you directly. For the record, I'm Lane County Commissioner Heather Buck, and I represent the East Lane District of Lane County, which fully encompasses the impacted region of the Holiday Farm Fire. And at the time of the fire, I was chair of the Board of County Commissioners. I'd first like to recognize Senator Przanski, who shares the same constituents. This fire literally roared down the McKenzie on the evening of September 7th, 2020. In the matter of hours, it was ultimately contained to 173 plus acres and some 6 weeks later. Our Board of Commissioners convened for our regular weekly meeting on the morning of September 8th, and we're told to expect multiple fatalities. Those first moments were so chaotic, but also characterized by so much human heroism displayed by first responders and the residents themselves. Senator Przansky, as well as our federal delegation, reached out immediately and helped in so many ways. We prepared for the worst in terms of fatalities, and while thousands of lives were changed in an instant, we forever lost a single resident, David Perry, who died inside his home in Vida. Senator Przansky, we express our deep gratitude for your help in those early days and for your ongoing attention to the legislative work yet to be done to help these communities recover. Here's some quick statistics about the Holiday Farm fire. 1,751 people were immediately displaced, and 511 of those people were 65 years of age or older. 793 households were displaced, with 257 of those households having a disability to contend with. 48 businesses employing 327 residents were impacted. I want to emphasize to all of you that we are squarely in the recovery process, and we expect to be in this process for years. We're forming countless new collaborations with state and federal agencies, along with local organizations and individuals both within and without our region. We are striving to build back better. And we know from the examples of other communities who are recovering from previous wildfires that this process may literally be part and parcel of the county's work for the better part of the next decade. We've brought on additional staff to deal with a myriad of issues that are both immediate and longer term. And I'm confident that we will gain assistance from both the Oregon legislature and the United States Congress as we evolve in this work. There is a unique nature to the work we're undertaking in the McKinsey that I want to ask you not to forget as you continue to hear from your constituents affected by the fires that originated on Labor Day. That is, the McKinsey area communities all lie in unincorporated portions of Blaine County. While you will hear from many community members in Vida, Blue River, Rainbow, McKinsey Bridge, please keep in mind that all of these are unincorporated communities. Many are elderly and many in non-conforming use properties. As you contemplate statutory changes to assist with the response and recovery or better prevent wildfires in the future, remember that Oregon laws can be very different inside and outside of cities. Resources and services are delivered differently, and importantly, governmental governance is different. My highest focus is to continue to represent my constituents from all areas of these communities, but I will really need your help. At your next joint meeting, I'll be ready with some additional statistics about our legislative priorities. And again, thank you for listening to all those who will be testifying after myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And next, we're going to hear from Commissioner Freeman. I should have noted that Senator Hurd and Senator Przansky share Tim, but as I like to think of Tim Freeman, he's kind of my boss in general, so I won't obligate him to be anybody's shared property. You tell us what to do, Tim. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Clem and Chair Golden. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. I'll do my very best to be brief. And as far as which senator or which representative, we actually have 7 legislators that represent portions of Douglas County, so I enjoy working with all of them. Senator Przansky, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for reaching out to me as these fires got going. So I want to remind everybody that, even though these fires were some months ago, over 5 months ago, and there's a lot going on in the Oregon legislature, for most of us that live these fires, it seems like they happened yesterday. And I'm going to talk about urgency at the end of my talk, but I want you to hear about urgency right now also. I want to talk about the first day, the first hours, and the evacuation that occurred. You're going to hear from citizens of Douglas County that live in an area where there's fires almost every summer, and this was something different. And the fact that they listened to the warning and were remarkable. And is that anybody hearing that? That's better. The fact that they listened to the warnings and the evacuation orders and got out are really a miracle. So many of the residents, like I say, were used to fires and could have easily thought it was best to stay, and they didn't. They got out. Our fire covered almost a 30-mile area up the North Umpqua River, and the evacuation occurred in just a matter of hours. And we witnessed citizens and residents helping each other in ways that were just amazing, from helping each other just with evacuating themselves, but also animals and horses and other things. It was just incredible to watch how well everybody did to get out of harm's way. I wanted to briefly touch on, I'm not going to read all my numbers. I know we have another time to do all that. But one thing that's really frustrating is that oftentimes, mostly the federal agencies talk about areas and they use the numbers as sort of which area had the most loss. I will tell you, each person that lost their home, whether it was a multi-million-dollar home or a small rental home, they lost everything. And it's equal across everybody. So every person that lost their home and everything they own lost everything. And it doesn't matter, if there was 1,000 people that lost their home or a few hundred people that lost their home, each of those individuals lost everything. And it's important to remember as we address this response and recovery, that each of those people individually is equal and needs the help equally. Oftentimes, that's not being presented that way, and we hear a lot of frustration from people. The federal government is used to dealing with these big emergencies, and they're used to dealing with numbers, but they don't think about people. We as local elected officials, you as legislators, understand that it's the people that are affected, and we need to be there to try to help them recover. Our fire up the North Umpqua is much like the McKinsey fire in that it is unincorporated. It is along a watershed. It is very much the urgency that needs to happen to get it recovered affects not just those people that lost their homes, but the water for a lot of people that live here in Douglas County. So again, I want to leave you with hearing me say the word urgency many times. When the federal government talks about, this is going to take a year or 2 years or 5 years, that's unacceptable. We've got people ready to rebuild their homes right now, and they need the help of the state and federal government to get them to a place where they can do that. We'll have specific asks on the next call. But please listen to the people that are on the call today, those people that experienced this fire firsthand and lived through it and now want to rebuild their lives. They need our help. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Tim. The one thing I will say before we get into the public is it does help us if the testifiers have their video off when they're not testifying. It just helps on the bandwidth side. So if you are able, when you're listening, to turn your video off, that'll help us because we have a lot of folks on watching. So thanks so much. And let me get started into our public testimony. I'm going to start by reading off several names just to give people an idea of who's on deck. And we'll definitely have, a couple of reminders that *6 will unmute you if you're on the phone and you're having trouble feeling that we're hearing you, hit *6. And so here's like top 10. Brandon Kirk will be first. Eric Page, second. Candace Page, Stephen Galbraith, Vicki Larson Hills, Scott Lunsky, Joetta Evans, Daryl Nielsen, and Woody Jackson. So that'll be, and Jay Hennigan. So that'll be our first 10. And let's get started with Brandon Kirk here from Marion County. Thank you. Welcome, Brandon.
Thank you. Yeah, as you said, Mr. Clem, thank you for my introduction. I'm Brandon Kirk, and this is my wife, Rochelle Kirk. She actually jumped on randomly. First off, we were up in Elkhorn. We were 15 miles up the Little North Fork of the Santiam. And I just want to thank everybody, Marion County first responders, for doing everything they could. Labor Day for us started out gorgeous. It was a blue sky morning. We heard actually we were on a level 2 evacuation about 8 in the morning. So we helped some neighbors pack up because up at Elkhorn, we're a lot of retired veterans and a lot of retired folks. And we're 15 miles up the river. We don't even have cell service. We all rely on our satellite internet. We were all really giddy because we were just about to get DSL this summer. Actually, we were supposed to get it the day after Labor Day at our house. I sent my wife down the mountain about 1 o'clock to evacuate to Lyons, and I told her I was going to do what I could, and I'd meet her down there later at a friend's house. About 9:30, trees started falling. CPI, as somebody mentioned, already shut off our electricity, so I lost my well. So at that point, I had chainsaws, but it was getting scary, and I was actually texting with somebody from the fire department, Willamette ODF, that was saying, hey, you need a GTFO, man, and then I lost all communication. I went down, we evacuated to our friend's house in Lyons. We were there for a few hours when, boom, hey, we got to get out now. There's another evacuation. So us growing up in Tillamook, I was like, let's just go home. Let's go home. So we went to Tillamook, and Tillamook was on fire with the Port Fire and the Pike Fire. So we couldn't escape it. No matter where we went, this fire was following us. And the hardest part of this whole thing was not knowing for those first few days if we were going to have a home or not. We didn't have any trees. We had a lot of trees, but not around our house. We had a metal roof. We did everything we were supposed to do. We're right on the river. And it wasn't until 4 days later that we found out our house was gone, and it was leveled. Our whole neighborhood was leveled. We had nothing. Nobody's house survived. And one of the most encouraging things was we were fortunate enough that I served in the Coast Guard, so I had the USAA, and they called me 4 days afterwards, and they said, hey, we got you. Don't worry about it. Well, no matter what you need, we're here for you. And that was one of the most blessing things I've ever heard. Was I didn't even have to call my insurance company. They called me and said, hey, we got your back. And they have. USAA is really taking care of us. Everything, I've had to push back a little bit, but for the most part, they've been really, very good to us. Unfortunately, I lost my business, everything in my business. I'm a safety consultant, and everything in my home office burnt to the ground with my shop. And sorry, the cat wants to say hi. And so FEMA was like, yeah, no worries, we got options for you. So I wasn't too concerned. Unfortunately, it's come down to, oh, no, you had insurance, so you get no help. So, kind of like somebody mentioned with Carmichael and other people, the federal government isn't there to really step in. They're promising us one thing, they say one thing, and then it's coming down to, oh, where's this documentation that they already had? And so we're just looking for consistency. A lot of people in the canyon, we're kind of getting in that anger stage where we're like, why doesn't Detroit have water? We're going to be 6-month mark in 2 weeks, and Detroit doesn't even have running water. Where's the government assistance for that? I know the mayors have been really beating the drum of where's our water. If something doesn't get done, the canyon's going to be forever changed. People are going to slowly start moving away, and no one's going to come back. Detroit's going to lose the tourist season. Little North Fork, we all know how much of a problem Little North Fork has been for tourists in the summers. What's going to happen now? All those swimming holes are going to be gone. So it's just, I don't want to take up too much time. We hit our 3-minute mark, but I just wanted to express that we do need help in the canyon. We feel like people are forgetting about us in the canyon. And it's confusing where one of our neighbors got their house burned down by arson, and they're getting told they get no assistance because they're not wildfire survivors. They're something else. So they're not getting any breaks with the county. They're not getting any assistance from American Red Cross or the Wildfire Fund. Actually, the Wildfire Fund has stepped up recently. But there's just things like that. So thanks for listening to us, and you know, hopefully we're gonna listen to everybody else's story, and we feel for everybody that lost everything because we're right there with you, and we need help, and we need it now. Like the mayors were saying, we need help like yesterday. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And one quick question: is USAA also covering personal items in that building, or is it?
Rep Clem, we're having trouble hearing you. We can barely hear you.
I heard if USAA is covering personal something.
Okay, I'm so sorry. My microphone had dropped. I didn't catch it. I'm wondering if USAA covers in commercial items, or were they just your home and residential items, or is it both?
No, they covered 2,500 of it, and I had insurance, omission and error insurance, and general liability, but I didn't have any tools and equipment insurance. So I'm currently out of, I can find rescue equipment, PPE, and lots of technical and training, and it's all gone. And so far, that's all I've gotten was $2,500 from USAA. And the biggest thing is FEMA told us, hey, do what you have to do, and we have options for you. So our mortgage company was like, hey, you got insurance, you have to pay off your obligation. So we paid our mortgage off with our insurance money, and now SBA came back and said, oh, you had insurance, we're not giving you a loan. So now we're stuck with, okay, we own a burnt up piece of property, and now we're not going to get a loan even though you told us we got a loan. So it goes back to what everybody else was saying, inconsistencies with the government aid, with the tell us one thing and we don't get it the next.
You're on mute, Chair Clem.
Thanks, Brandon. I just hadn't thought about home offices yet, and we need to double check with our federal folks and see if FEMA really should be denying home offices, because that implies you had insurance. But if you actually didn't on the business, then they should be giving you a grant. So we'll check on that and help get some clarity. See if we can't push. Okay, next I've got Eric and Candace. I don't know if Eric Page and Candace Page are together or you're separate on camera, but Eric, I've got you first. And you might have to hit *6 to unmute, Eric.
Just still here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
You can still hear me? Hello?
Yep, all good.
Okay, very good.
We got you.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, I appreciate your time on this. I'm also a councilman in the city of Detroit, and I got to catch myself here. It hits you at times you don't expect it to, and I was making some notes here about my son's trip down the mountain that night, and that was probably one of the scariest nights of my life with their trip home. We had come home already that day, and they returned to Detroit because my future daughter-in-law's folks were staying at our rental house. They didn't realize probably the severity of what was coming at them. This was we've been residents part-time for 50 years in the city of Detroit. And there's been fires around us before, and nothing like this was ever expected to really come down the way it did. Unfortunately, in the days leading up to this, the notifications about this fire and the windstorm, the fire had been burning for 2 weeks in wilderness area, and we had Marion County sheriffs on the water during the weekend of the fires in patrol boats, holding off boats on the lake on the backside of Piety Island for a landing strip for 2 days, we burned their resources, holding that area available for planes to land and pick up water, and they never came. So, you know, that's without question one of the things that's a real concern of mine is as to what happened with that. The video that was sent that night of my son leaving town, also another story was told of him of people going east and then being rerouted west, and the notification system. And it was down to Marion County sheriffs that were on a bullhorn evacuating people. They saved countless lives by what they did up there. It's something that takes your breath away when you see what's left of the canyon. Moving forward, I would hope that there is a better plan in place for our infrastructure coming back together, because our infrastructure is essentially devastated. It's been nearly 7 months without water in that town. And as a councilman, and that's to be talked about at another date, but you know, we have been working diligently to get that water system flowing. And the governmental agency cooperation and the movement of how things happen in trying to get money secured and approval, simple approval to get trees removed and an area cleared so we can move forward with having our water system rebuilt without having more trees come down, has been nothing short of a complete it has just been unbelievable to me how it could be that difficult for something to move in a much faster pace. Private citizens following the fire mobilized and were helping animals at the state fairgrounds. People, they were connected with the United Way and getting things out to people that were in immediate desperate need much faster than any government agency could be boots on the ground. I can't say enough for the private citizens of the state of Oregon that reach out and know how to mobilize and help each other, because without that, it would have been an even greater disaster. And so I'm thankful to those people. I hope there's movement soon for help to these communities, because without that soon, we face serious loss of people having interest in returning to those communities, interest in rebuilding. It's time is of the essence now that we move forward. And I, like a few other people, I have a fair bit of survivor guilt. We did not lose our house. But when I return there, I really don't know which way to turn to get started again, even though I do have a house there. Thank all of you for your considerations.
And Eric, do you have candy? Yeah, there we go. Hi.
Yeah, I had to catch my breath off of that. Pretty much everything Eric said. My testimony, though, that I want to bring up is I have been dealing a lot with our neighbors and surrounding people. And I was one of the people at the fairgrounds starting to meet people who are bringing in the animals and all of that. Within 2 weeks, we understood that FEMA was here to help. And I literally have 15 business cards from FEMA people. I've interviewed FEMA people, I've sent in FEMA meetings, and anybody I have asked, go see FEMA, they will help. Go out, go to FEMA, they will help. FEMA has not helped. They've turned most of the residents that are the workforce up in Detroit, they have turned them over to try to get an SBA loan. Well, they don't have any documentation because it was all burned up in the fire. So, and then they really don't, there's a few of them up there that were paid cash under the table. I mean, we're a little community, but it just seems like it's stumbling block. And I'm hoping that we can get some help, one, for some of our workforce up there that need to stay up there. And just the rebuild and get our water, and hopefully we can get sewers so we can have housing and rental houses and get Detroit back on the map, because it's definitely destroyed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Candy and Eric. I'm going to move on to Stephen Galbraith. Stephen, are you with us?
Yes, we're here.
Please, go ahead.
I'm Stephen Galbraith. Oh, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to give testimony tonight. I'm a long-term resident of Detroit. I've been there 54 of 58 years. I am a Forest Service brat. My dad came to the Detroit Ranger District in 1955, and he went to work there in 1956. And he retired out in 1993. He was a timber sales administrator from 1966 until 1993. Anyhow, my story is, between my father and I, we have a tremendous amount of history with the Forest Service. I work in the timber industry. I know most every stick and stone up there in that Santiam Canyon. I've worked those timberlands to try to bring it to a pretty nice place to keep the forest clean and everything. Unfortunately, most of the work has all been burned down. Anyhow, back to the story. Back in the 60s, the Vietnam War was going on. The government was harvesting timber, and there was a lot of loggers up there to help put fires out. When they had a fire start on the Detroit Ranger District back in those days, they stomped those fires out immediately. They didn't let them burn. They put them out. It was business. It was to protect the resources and everything. Obviously, that didn't happen this time. I was a witness to both of these fires. The Lion's Head fire was on the Warm Springs Indian Reservation. We were cutting timber on the Ferris Timberlands up in the Pigeon Prairie. That's the high McCoy Creek country where the snowmobile shelter is. And every day we watched that Lion's Head fire grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And my coworkers, and this was about a week after they had started, my coworkers said they need to put that fire out. We never seen any planes. And so at the end of the day, I would come back to Detroit, come to my home, and there's the Beachy Creek fire, and it's growing. No planes, nobody's putting out any fires. On August 27th, I happened to be home that day, and I went downtown to the city hall. My wife is the city recorder there, of course. And she had just gotten a printout from the Forest Service, and it said that the fire was going to grow today. You're going to see some more smoke. The Beachy Creek fire was right there. You could see it standing down in Detroit. The smoke plume was some 12, 13,000 feet in the sky. You could see it rolling. And I told my wife, I said, that's a forest fire. Now, mind you, this is on August 27th. That fire was growing. And so I told my wife, so I'm going to go back home. I'm going to change oil in our vehicles. And I thought for sure we would see retardant planes coming from Redmond that day. Nothing happened. Not one plane. And so the fires continued to grow, both the Lion's Head and the Beachy Creek fire, with little or no fire suppression. It's my understanding that the Forest Service took all that heavy lift equipment, the helicopters that were working on that fire, and they moved those to other fires because they were higher priority. I did see a little tiny 204 helicopter up there about 4 days before the fire really took off on Labor Day. A little 204 only has a 300-gallon water bucket on it. And the fire continued to grow. Well, guess what? On Labor Day, that fire took off, started taking off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it grew. It had a terrible, ominous look. The tourists were leaving town, and they were slowing down when they were coming through town, watching that fire take off. Anyhow, at 6 o'clock, Consumers Power did shut the power off. Thank goodness. The winds were blowing. And so my wife and I we went to bed, and then at 11:30, the wind started picking up. And at 11:45, I got up and I walked out on the porch and I told my wife, I said, I'm going to see what's going on there. that Beachy Creek fire was clear down across the way from the marina on the Brighton Bush. The flames were a couple 300 feet tall. And the Forest Service hadn't told anybody to leave. They had never sounded any alarms or anything. It was my understanding they were down there putting water on the ranger station down there, trying to defend that, and they still never sounded any alarms. They left it up to us people in Detroit to figure out to get out of there. My wife and I had 15 minutes. We loaded up the cat and a few immediate items, insurance paper, some cash that we had on hand, and we went downtown. And the people were standing there at the intersection there in Little Detroit, and they're looking up there at that Beachy Creek fire, and the whole French Creek Basin was on fire. And they asked me, being a long-term resident, they said, Steve, what should we do? And nobody was looking off to the east over there to see that giant Lion's Head fire. The moon was big. The smoke and the wall, the sky was just orange, and there was a smoke plume heading right towards Detroit. And I says, I don't know if you guys know it or not, but that Lion's Head fire is headed to Detroit. This fire here is going to, I said, the government's going to burn this place to the ground. And they've done exactly that. And I said, you need to get out of town immediately. So my wife and I left. We had to go east. And so we got to Edina. The sheriff's department was there, and they were motioning. They just, as we rolled through, go east. Well, it was just my wife and I was in the 1940 Chevrolet pickup, and my wife was behind me. When we got to the Whitewater Road, that Lion's Head fire was coming down the Whitewater Road. All of the Pigeon Prairie timberlands where I had been working were totally engulfed in flames. The flames were 300-400 feet in the air. And as we went past there, that bend in the road there at Whitewater, I thought to myself, I said, if those people in Detroit aren't out of there and behind us within 5 minutes, they're not going to make it out. Well, guess what? They got up there, they were evacuating that way, and they ran into that fire up there. It was already on Highway 22 heading towards Edina. Those people had to turn around. Those were the 72 people that ended up at Mongold when the National Guard tried to come rescue them, but the helicopters couldn't get in because it was so smoky and so on fire. They're very, very lucky to be alive. The alarm still hadn't been sounded by the Forest Service to get out. We've lost control of this fire. They had still never done anything. And so we ended up in Redmond for a couple of weeks. Mayor Trett came over and was very good about meeting with some of us people over there and consoling us and telling us, filling us in as to what was going on. Story short, I've worked 40 years in the timberlands up there, cutting timber. I've never seen such an atrocity take place. And the lack of leadership on the Forest Service's part of not putting these fires out. I think they're extremely negligent. And I don't call this a natural disaster. I think it's more man-made than anything. These fires could have been put out. They did not do, they've done very, very little to do that. And so I feel very sorry for the citizens of Detroit. My wife and I lost everything. My wife and I had the unofficial Forest Service Museum there in Detroit. We had a beautiful mansion. It looked very much like a government building. I had all the history that had been handed down from the people that had been working in the Forest Service up there since the 1920s. The Stallmans. There's mountains named after those people. They were good friends of my dad and myself. And we lost all of that Forest Service history. And it was always welcome. People could come up there to Detroit. I had a beautiful library that had all the history of Detroit, dating back some 10,300 years. It's all gone. Here's the good news. We're hoping to start rebuilding maybe possibly next week. Our permits at the county have gone through, and we're waiting for the little placard card so we can get going. Unfortunately, there's no water. They still are clearing the timber across the street from our property, but I think they're about to button that up. And so I feel very, very sorry. I know what everybody's going through. The Lion's Head Fire and the Beachy Creek Fire merged right there where my wife and I live. That whole neighborhood up there and that side of town is where those fires merged. The fires were so hot, it melted cast iron skillets, melted them. And so and I know everybody's traumatized. I know I have been. I'm very frustrated with the government right now as to what they've done and what they're not doing. And I think there needs to be some pretty serious change in leadership down there at that ranger station. And this goes clear to the SO's office in Eugene. Those people were up there. Why didn't they stomp those fires out when they were small, when they started on August 16th? And so anyhow, I feel for everybody. Our streets in Detroit are in terrible disrepair. They were already tore up. Now they're even tore up even more to do the heavy equipment and everything around there. I'm hoping that they get the water thing rectified. I don't think we have any water up there on Butte Street yet, but I think they're working on it. I hope everybody can get water there so we can start rebuilding. It's very important that we all get our lives back together and we start rebuilding. No, my wife and I aren't going to lay down. We're going to stay there. Her job is there, and my job is still in the timberlands. I know I have plenty of timber to cut up there now, so we're working on cleaning up the forest. So anyhow, I thank you for your time. That's my story. If you ever want to talk, Kirk Cameron has my number, and some of these other people here, you can reach out to me. Kevin and Vicki Hills are going to talk here in a few minutes. They're other long-term residents. I grew up with those people. So anyhow, I'm going to go. Thank you for letting me speak, and we'll be talking later if you want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. And I think you just mentioned her. Vicki? Larson Hills.
Sorry, things are a little slow for us tonight getting online. We apologize.
Oh, you're there. We got you right on time. Please go ahead.
Just want to apologize if our streaming and our camera or our voice is a little slow tonight. We've taken an emotional break to come to the great state of Arizona to take an emotional break from the overwhelming emotional situation that we've been in. I do want to share with you, I want to thank you, Chair Clem and committee members for letting us speak tonight. I have my husband, Kevin Hills, standing with me this evening. He is we were both permanent residents of Detroit, but Kevin and the Hills family have been long-term residents of Detroit. His father, Harold Hills, who passed away in December from COVID, was one of the original city council members. Excuse me, I get very emotional. We were there the night that the fires came over the Beachy Creek Saddle Ridge, and it barreled down in our home. I wanted to share with you, I was the council member that called Mayor Trett to let him know that it was on its way. We did not have any warnings, and praise God for the Marion County deputies that were there who helped us that evening. They were there with their bullhorns and they stuck in there by our sides, risked their lives to put them on the lines for us. And they didn't know what direction to send us, but they were there for us. I want to share with you, it was a really horrific night, losing our home. We were permanent residents and our home is a total loss. I'm a mental health professional, and I was home that day working all day doing telemedicine appointments and watching the smoke get thicker and thicker. I had just built a new home office that was overlooking Detroit Lake and Piety Island. I was watching for the planes to come, and they didn't come. And so I knew that I had set up a warning on next door to my neighbors that there was a windstorm coming, because I was very concerned that this fire would be coming our way. And it did. I want to share with you that we were able to escape that night in the middle of the night. My daughter, who also lived in the community with her significant other, who was 6 weeks away from giving birth to my granddaughter, we put her in my truck, and I got in the truck with my husband. And again, thank God he's a mountain man, because we would have never survived that night coming down out of there if it hadn't been for him and his skills and them right hot on our trail. There were trees down over the highway, and because of his having navigated the mountains all those years, he was able to know what direction to go with the trees and stuff, and they followed us. We didn't know whether to go east or west. Kevin had talked to deputies who suggested that we go west, and we did, and it saved our lives. We did drive through Gates, seeing it on fire. We did drive through Mill City. Again, it was on fire. We drove through the other end of Mill City, and the fire was shooting up and out of the trees. The wind blew, and we were in the forest fire. There are parts of our vehicles that are forever damaged because they were burned. Things like brake linings and things like that were burned because we literally drove through the fire. Since then, it's been a nightmare. I've applied for FEMA, was denied. I've applied for FEMA. I was denied because we did have homeowner insurance with State Farm. State Farm has been kind of a challenge to work with. We didn't have our displacement insurance for a good 10 to 15 days. We had to rely on friends and family. We had to stay in my office that I have in Albany, Oregon. My daughter had to stay there. My daughter was never offered any sort of housing options. My son-in-law, future son-in-law, works for Cairns Marina. Still to this day, they've not been offered any sort of options for housing. They're very low income. My daughter can't work because she's had a baby, and my son-in-law is working intermittently for Cairns Marina when they have work for him. So we've done our best to support them. We also have a stepson who lived in Gates who lost his home. My stepdaughter-in-law just gave birth to her baby 6 weeks early because of the stress from having had this fire. And thank God our grandson, Henry, is okay. He had to go to the NICU, but he's okay, and they're going to be able to go home this week. But I have no doubts that the stress of this fire has put them in that position. The thing that I'm challenged with this fire is that there's been no housing options really offered. There's been no help from FEMA. I've applied for SBA. I was told that it's a known issue with SBA that folks run out of money before they are able to completely rebuild their homes. They offered me some money, but of course they want to take all of my State Farm money, and there's just simply not enough money to rebuild my home in Detroit. We're trying to buy another home in another area, and it breaks my heart I don't get to go home. I want to share with you all that I have been challenged with the government in Detroit. Mayor Trett is a personal friend of mine. He married me and my husband, Kevin. And Commissioner Page is also a personal friend, and his wife is a personal friend. The challenge is that the situation is way beyond their expertise. They're in there, they're showing up to council members, they're doing their very best, but the whole situation is beyond anybody's expertise. Trying to figure out water systems when your job has been other things is like beyond. Looking at this time, we're looking at options for that, but there just hasn't been the money. We need to link up with IDANA, or we need to look at the old well that was there that they didn't even know was there, or they're looking at alternative water systems. We need someone to come in to give some guidance to our city council who actually has expertise in this, and to work with us to give them the expertise. These people are showing up, their hearts are in the right place. We just don't have the leadership that has experienced anything on this level, and how could we? I'm just very stressed because, like our city recorder, Kelly, the previous gentleman who spoke, it's his wife. I adore Kelly. She's one of my personal friends. How was she supposed to know, as the city recorder of Detroit, that this job that she took on was going to incorporate on this level? And I'm just saying, we need money and help with our fire department. We need money and help with our water system. We need city oversight. We need to look at, I'm sorry, but we need to look at the situation that's going on there, and we need help. Also, they need to look at the warning systems that are in place to warn people. This could have cost a lot of lives. Praise God, it did not. Praise God, all of our people of our community got out, including our deputies and our first responders, because this really could have ended in a much worse way. I still question why this fire wasn't put out ahead of time. I watched it. I watched it smoke up there. I watched that there was no plane set. I watched it that day as it came on, and no warning systems that we needed to get out. I called at 1:30 in the morning when it's coming over the Beachy Creek saddle. And so, you know, I appreciate that y'all are letting me talk beyond my 3 minutes tonight, but this is something I'm very passionate about. I would like to ask that we have some funding. There is nobody in place that knows how to ask FEMA for the money we need, knows how to approach the legislature for the money we need. Our Mayor Trett is getting the word out there about what our challenges are, but we have no city manager in place that knows how to do these requests that we need to do. We need to rebuild our city hall at $500,000. We need a 3-year city operating budget at $500,000. We need our water line reconstruction budget at $300,000. We need sewer line reconstruction budget at $20 million. Our Idana Detroit Fire District is asking for $148,000. We need help asking for this money, knowing where to go to get it and get it brought into our community. There were dollars that were recently given away from our legislator, and we didn't get a dollar of it because we have nobody in place that's actually asking for it. We need somebody that's overlooking the monies that have come from our insurance policies to rebuild our city and actually tracking that money. Those types of things that need to be done are far outstripped of our staff that we have in place, and not because they're bad people, not because their heart's in the right place, but because they simply have never operated at this level and they don't have that kind of education or expertise. I implore to you guys as our committee tonight to hear me and to hear the others that are speaking before us and help us bring in some help to manage, to direct people, to bring these dollars into our community. I don't want to see Detroit die, and it's headed that way if we don't get help. And I'm sorry I'm emotional, but it was the place that I went to refill my cup every weekend, where I met my husband, Kevin, when he drove me in the backhoe, and we plowed the parking lot of the church that was right across the street from my house. We need help. And I want to get back and see my community members, and I want to have hope that I'm going to have something on my burned out lot in Detroit, and that it will no longer look like a war zone, which is what it looks like right now. So I'm asking for your help. Take a look at what's going on there. Give us some help. Talk to more of the community members, and please hear us. The other piece, last piece I'll mention, is our work staff. When we do eventually get some businesses going up there, there is zero housing. My son-in-law, who works for Cain's Marina, is having to live joined with us in Mahama, and he has to drive up there every day. That's not realistic when you're working for $15 an hour. We need some help. So thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Vicki. Let me just say, folks, I think we're going to have to hold a whole separate hearing. I'm just coming to this conclusion after only 4 people talking. A whole separate hearing on why the Forest Service didn't put out the fire sooner. So what I'm going to ask folks tonight is hold those questions, because I had a friend who called me. We talked about it, the next day. I read some newspaper articles about it, and then honestly, I've lost track if there was an actual investigation done. But I realized that part of recovery is getting some questions answered, and so for tonight, what I'd ask is maybe let's set that aside. That could have been stopped. I definitely understand that, but we will dig into that. We don't control the Forest Service, but we can certainly ask questions. And for folks who are able to do sort of what Vicki, you did right there at the end with the list of the needs for you and your community, those are the things that really help us. And I think a lot of us are getting a better sense that this is way more traumatic, and there's a lot more anger than I probably realized, even though I have friends who lost their homes. We're gonna have a tough time tonight, and that's okay. These are not easy conversations. So I do want folks to focus though on what can we do to help you right now? We know it was tough that day, but what can we do to help you now? And Vicki, that last piece was great. I wrote a lot of it down and we recorded the rest. So having said that, let me get back to the list. And I've got the Marina, Detroit Lake Marina, Scott Lunsky. Scott, are you with us? And if you're on the phone, you might have to hit *6. Scott? Okay, we can look for you again later. How about Joetta Evans? Joetta?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thanks, Joetta. And for the folks who are here from, we're going to be able to make up some time here because we don't have as many people here for the what we kind of think of as the Clackamas County area. So at 7, I'm going to jump over. There's only 4 folks to testify from that area. Then we're going to come back up the canyon. So Joetta, please.
Thank you. My legal name is Joetta. My nickname is Jody. I go by Jody. I moved to Detroit in 2018, and I had been through a whole bunch of uphill climbs, and that was where I was going to live and die, and I had put in a new place, and the day before the fire, I was putting house numbers on my house. We can all try to figure out the blame later, but there's an urgent need for a focused recovery effort. If I don't get back up there and recover my utilities and some of my property, I miss out on my insurance claims. I lose insurance and I still have to pay for those utilities to be installed. There's time limits on insurance policies. There's also a huge need for the guys working up there. There's no food. There's nowhere for them to meet with other contractors and coordinate the effort. We could get mobile laundry, mobile shower, mobile kitchens. We could have a temporary setup with RV sites so that we could get sewer pumping trucks and water trucks, and we could get people up there on the job and coordinate this effort. It has to be something that it has to be focused, and it's urgent. It's already been almost 6 months. I'm single, I'm disabled, I have a work crew, I have insurance, I have the wherewithal, but there's no water. The logging crews, sadly, crushed my septic tank. Now I have to start from ground zero. That survived the fire. Now I have to go back. The whole experience was really traumatic, and I relive that every day. There are some huge post-traumatic stress issues for every person that went through that fire. And let me try to explain. When I left my place, the power was out, my phone was dead, I didn't know which way to go, I was alone. I went east because it was a crapshoot, 50-50. I went east. I came around the corner of Idana. The whole mountainside's on fire. I jumped a road. I look behind me in my rearview mirror. It's glowing orange. I look ahead of me. It's orange. I thought I was going to die. I thought that was it. And I didn't have any cell service to say goodbye to my kids. I didn't want to die on the highway without saying goodbye. I survived that fire. That's why I'm here. And if you can't get everything together and start really helping people, we're not going to get through this. We're going to lose our benefits with our insurance. We don't have anything right now. I'm in a 22-foot camp trailer in a friend's backyard waiting for what? Waiting for who? We're waiting for what? I want to go back up there. I want to get on my land. I want to recover what's left, which is zero, and rebuild. I want to go home. I've been through a lot. I applied for FEMA, and I gave them everything but a DNA sample, okay? They have been zero help. They offered me a generator when I was in evacuation hotel. What's the point? They do not get it, and I have no faith in them. However, I want to have faith in Oregon. My proposal is that all these federal trees that were downed from the fire should be processed through the mills and replaced to every tax lot that was burnt, matching their square footage, and these trucks need to be hauling lumber back to the houses from Oregon trees, and we can rebuild. There's no reason why we can't take all these trees and get them back to people. It would be an amazing thing for us to do it for us on our own. You know what I mean? We don't need federal government to come in 2 years later and try to salvage what's left. We need water. We need sewer. We need power. We have to try to rebuild it. It's almost 6 months later. What's the plan? Who's in charge? Where's the information coming from? Where's the central command with one information point? Where's the disaster management that has experience and education in that? Where's the temporary emergency plan for the recovery for the people that are building? They can't live on their land. They have to have somewhere to be. Where's the central spot for all the construction people? They've got to have a place to meet and park and store their goods. And we have to have food. There's no food up there. You have to drive 20 miles to do laundry. There's nothing of it. It's destroyed. It's destroyed. I appreciate your time. I have faith in you. You need to help us.
Joetta, you've given me two amazing ideas to run with here. I also just want to mention the chair of the Emergency Management Committee is on this committee as well, Representative Evans. He's been telling us all for quite some time, he and Vice Chair Lewis, that our state doesn't handle disasters right. We don't try the way we're supposed to, and we will use your testimony, I'm so sorry, to work with him to figure out if we can't turn this into more of an OEM focused recovery and not treated like an emergency that uses all those protocols and techniques.
Well, I have skills. I'll help. You got to get us up there. There has to be resources and temporary. I mean, get me up there.
Thank you, Joetta.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. So let's do Daryl next, and then I'll switch over to Metro after Daryl. Daryl, are you with us? Daryl, if you are here, you might have to hit *6 to unmute. Might have lost Daryl. Okay, then I'm going to switch over for a moment to our Clackamas County Commissioner. And Vice Chair Lewis, are you able to introduce Commissioner Smith?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce Tootie Smith. She's a former state representative from House District 18. She served previously on the Clackamas County Board of Commissioners, and in 2020, she was elected as the board chair of the board of the Clackamas County Commissioners. And Tootie, thanks for being with us this evening, and we're waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
You're on mute, Commissioner.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good evening, Chair Clem, Chair Golden, and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Tootie Smith, Chair of Clackamas County Commission. Thank you for the opportunity. You've already heard a lot of personal stories, but my goal today is to make sure that Clackamas County's story is told, Oregon's third largest county. Our fires began following the windstorms on Labor Day, much like everyone else. For those who live in the metro area, you'll remember the orange skies and the run on air filters at Home Depot. In Clackamas County, however, we were knocking on doors, updating maps, and evacuating people to safety. Within 48 hours, nearly the entire south half of the county was asked to evacuate. And in 72 hours, that evacuation line surged to the cities of Wilsonville, Oregon City, and Happy Valley. The city of Estacada and surrounding communities of Canby, Colton, and Molalla were told to evacuate. At its peak, over 52,000 people were in the level 3 Go Now evacuation zones, and I was one of them. And that does not include the countless number of livestock that had to be moved or that ranchers could not justify leaving behind. In the end, we consider ourselves very fortunate that no lives were lost from the fires in Clackamas County. Sadly, that is not the case in other counties, but we're grateful it is true here. In Clackamas County, nearly 200,000 acres were burned, which is roughly 15% of our county. 62 homes were burned, along with over 200 other structures, such as barns, garages, outbuildings, and even a church. These are the personal numbers I'd like this committee to consider while discussing the recovery. And here are some macro figures. Hundreds of thousands of trees have fallen onto roads, state highways, easements, and people's property. That all has to be removed. The process is slow and expensive and will cost millions of dollars. Oregon Highway 224, the state highway that provides access to some of our most used recreation areas and parts of Clackamas County River, of the Clackamas River, is closed indefinitely. What does that mean? Fishing and rafting guides will be limited, and camping in and around the area will be depleted, which doesn't sound like such a bad thing at first, but economically, it means that many fewer people are driving through our rural towns where they would normally stop to buy gas, a meal, or supplies. Those are real dollars that were lost and will continue being lost until the recovery effort is complete. That's our economy. Those are jobs. Those are elements that communities depend upon. For Clackamas County, recovery is bigger than, oh, is the fire out now? Oh, have people moved back in yet? For Clackamas County, recovery means people are thriving again, and we are not. Communities are rebuilt, landslide areas are secured, roads are reopened, debris is removed, trees are replanted and growing. Most importantly, recovery from a wildfire like this means when fires like this happen again, and they will, people are evacuated quicker, fewer homes and buildings are lost, and the recovery centers can be set up faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you probably know we are having another night on Wednesday if you've got other colleagues or more to-do lists for us, but thank you for kind of introducing us to those who forget sometimes how far that fire got and how close to Cascadia. So I've got 4 folks here from Clackamas County. Let me start with Washington and Clackamas County. Let me start with William Gannis. William, are you here? William, are you with us? Might have to hit *6 to unmute. Okay, how about Fred Charlton from Clackamas Fire District 1? Fred, are you with us?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Clem and members of the committee. My name is Fred Charlton. I'm the Fire Chief at Clackamas Fire District number 1, and I served as the Clackamas Fire Defense Board Chief with respect to the Riverside and Clackamas Complex fires, and I'm also currently the President of the Oregon Fire Chiefs Association. Thank you for allowing me to share a few experiences, challenges, and what I see as opportunities as we try to heal and move forward from the devastating 2020 wildfires. What we experienced at the local, regional, and state level was historic, unprecedented, and devastating. Our communities were impacted deeply, homes were destroyed, individuals and families displaced, firefighters exhausted and overwhelmed, and resources were scarce. Community members worked tirelessly to protect their property as these wildfires impacted so much of Oregon. In Clackamas County, we faced 5 major fires within a 24-hour period, and any one of those fires would normally exhaust countywide resources. Early into these incidents, we had committed all of the firefighting resources in Clackamas County and had received mutual aid from Multnomah, Marion, and Washington counties. As we requested a conflagration, the overwhelming magnitude of the fires burning across all of Oregon was a stark reminder that we had to stand on our own until additional state and out-of-state resources were available. This is not a position any fire chief or community wants to be in. Based on the experiences we faced and the real threat of future large wildfires, we ask your support in the following 2 areas. Adopting defensible space standards for homes in the wildland urban interface or WUI area to reduce the number of homes lost to wildfire in the future. The WUI creates unique challenges for both firefighters and the residents that live there. Creating defensible spaces will help limit the spread of wildfire, improve our fire first response access into these communities, and reduce vegetation and other combustibles. And number two, the Office of State Fire Marshal played a critical role in our response to fires throughout Oregon through the Oregon Fire Mutual Aid System. We thank you for the recent funding and temporary positions that have been created, but we ask for these enhancements to the Office of State Fire Marshal be supported long term. A combination of education and response will increase our chances to help limit the impact of future wildfires. In closing, I hope we never face another series of wildfires like we saw in September of 2020. We are now given an opportunity to review our actions, understand what went well in those areas that created challenges. Reviewing lessons learned will help better prepare us for future events, but we need your help with funding and legislation to support our efforts at the local level. Thank you very much for allowing me a few minutes to share our experiences related to the Riverside and Clackamas complex fires.
Thank you, Fred. How about Kim Larson-Diker? Kim, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Great, welcome.
Thank you for having me. To Chair Clem and members of the committee, my purpose being here today, I'm a current resident of Washington County, so this is my story that I have to tell. And my purpose being here today is to bring attention to the other side, another side of the 2020 wildfires that you may or may not be aware of. As I listened to the heartbreaking testimonies from various people affected by the wildfires in Southern Oregon, and also those told tonight, it inspired me to tell my story in hopes of influencing the future of Oregon's emergency and disaster management. I am a horse trainer. I have been very fortunate in my life that I'm able to do the job that I love, and a job I worked towards having ever since I was a young child. The majority of my 37 years here in Oregon have been spent learning to love and take care of these magnificent animals and the land that they live on to survive. It's not an easy job, and like other agricultural and farm workers, I'm outside the majority of my day, no matter the weather, taking care of the horses, cleaning, working, and managing the land that they live on, and working with various people that come and go as my business grows. This last year was a huge eye-opener to me, as I have come to realize that there's no real plan for the livestock and equine communities when a natural disaster occurs. Sure, this may not seem like a big deal to a lot of people, especially when comparing to all those people who already lost everything in these fires. But when you're dealing with a natural disaster, a vast majority of the effort is dedicated to the cleanup. But it's also about organizing for the prevention and management of the next disaster and having a plan for your community to follow. I've heard the stories from those who have lost everything, and it is so very tragic that I can only hope in the future I will never have to know the stress, sadness, and hopelessness that they are feeling right now. My husband and I were lucky enough. The closest fire that occurred was 7 to 8 miles away from us on the far side of Hag Lake, which was the power line fire. My other friends in the horse industry were not so lucky and found themselves evacuating their barns where 20, 40 horses were being kept. Seeing that help was needed, and being lucky enough to safely leave our property in order to help many other people fleeing the sites of the Beachy Fire, the Clackamas, the Riverside, and Chehalem Mountain fires, we were able to join in a massive movement of livestock owners dispatched through the social media group Cowgirl 911. And other volunteer-led livestock dispatch systems that developed overnight to try and get all animals and their owners to safe ground. But where'd you take 40 horses? And keep in mind, that's just one facility. There are numerous large equine facilities located all over Oregon, and when these fires hit, they hit one of the hearts of our equine communities, which is Clackamas, where so many of my friends and the people I know and live and work. We sought refuge at various fairgrounds in different locations, and that is why I'm here today. Fairgrounds are oftentimes so very overlooked when they could be the very foundation of emergency planning for natural disasters wherever you are. Space allows for both large masses of people and their various types of animals to find shelter and safety. could, with your help, have the ability to help their local communities even more and be stocked and ready to roll when natural disasters hit. Right now, the various fairgrounds are being used to shelter homeless people who stepped up to help out during this pandemic, and they are and were there during the fires last summer, and yet little to nothing is being done on a state or federal level to support and maintain these facilities. I know that the Washington County Fairgrounds are so run down and ill-maintained that it was probably risky for them to even take on the 300 plus animals and people that they did during the wildfires, yet they did. And everyone who resided there during the fires left and returned home knowing that they had been safe because of what these grounds provided. I volunteered countless hours taking care of complete strangers and their animals at the Washington County Fairgrounds. I've met some of the most amazing, selfless, and giving people that have also donated their time, supplies, and efforts into making the best of a bad situation for anyone that needed help. Our local community stepped up too and donated food and supplies to help all of the displaced families and animals. And it is because of this amazing kindness that I have hope for Oregon's future and their plans to address natural disasters. The Cascadia Earthquake is still looming on the horizon, and I can't imagine that this will be the last of the fires Oregon will ever see. With climate change and the recent destruction that the snow and ice storms have caused, some of you may still be without power, as I know some of my fellow horse people are going on days 11 and 12 now. Looking at what my local fairgrounds provided and seeing that other fairgrounds were also there for their communities in their time of need, I'm asking you to please consider funding and supporting the fairgrounds and use them to help develop the future of Oregon's natural disaster relief. By doing this, you can help protect people in your communities that you spend your life fighting for. I end this by saying thank you to each and every one of you representatives for taking the time to hear all of our stories. I know that these sessions have been very long, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you all again for being the voice of all the people and for fighting to keep Oregon the beautiful, magnificent place that it is.
Thank you very much, Kim. Derek, are you with us? Derek Weiss? TBFNR, is Derek Weiss here? You might have to hit *6 if you're on the phone. Let me check again for William Gannis. William, are you with us from Clackamas County?
Rep. Chair Clem, Chief Weiss is here. He's just on mute.
Okay. Okay. Let me check. William, are you here? William Gannis? Okay, back to Chief Weiss. Chief Weiss, you with us? I have to push the unmute button. If there's any way I can do it for you. I don't think I can. Chief Weiss.
I see him trying.
Yeah. Okay. This is external on my side. Can you hit *6? See if we can make him a presenter. Want to do that or not? I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do. Chief Weiss, you got the little microphone icon, or are you on a phone? The microphone icon, you got to look for it and uncheck it. If it's the phone, you got to hit *6.
Chief Weiss, slide your mouse to the screen and you'll see a little bar pop up. There'll be a microphone symbol with a line through it. Click on that until the line goes away.
I have seen where if you leave the meeting and come back in, it does help.
Or Chair Clem, I could recommend that he calls in addition to his video.
Yeah, let's try log out, log back in. I'll try one more time for William Gannis, and then we'll come back to Chief Weiss here in a bit. William Gannis, are you with us? Okay. And Rep. Graber, do you have Chief Weiss's contact information?
I do. I sent him a text message. I believe he's back, and it looks like he's off of mute. We'll see.
There we go. All right.
Gosh.
Welcome.
I tried technology, and that's what works for me. But thank you, Chair Clem and committee, for allowing me some time to be here tonight. My name is Derek Weiss. I'm the fire chief for Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue. We are a metro fire department. We cover almost 400 acres, 11 cities, and we're in parts of 4 counties. Bald Peak Fire, Chehalem Mountain Fire occurred in 2020, and there was about 875 acres consumed by that fire. We lost 4 structures, but we were very fortunate we did not lose homes. But I met with individual residents and firefighters that were out there, and you could see the pain in all of their eyes. While I acknowledge the aggressive and fighting that firefighters did throughout the night on the ground, we're not going to stop this fire without help from weather, topography, air support, and a little bit of luck. Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, with most metro area fire departments, typically play a key role in the response to wildfires across the state. But conditions presented in 2020 that created the largest wildfires we have seen in our own backyards. This is something new to us, and I don't think it's the last time. With growth into the wildland urban interface and the absence of resiliency and hardening, this should not come as a surprise, but the rapid spread and substantial destruction caught many off guard. The Governor's Council on Wildfire Response was established in January 2019. Industry experts, legislatures, people from the fire service all got together and authored a report that clearly outlined the framework for establishing a more resilient and safer Oregon. And they had 3 key points in the report: create fire adaptive communities, restore and maintain resilient landscape, and respond safely and effectively to wildfire. The roadmap has been created by this group, but it will take action by you to help Oregon prevent, prepare, and respond to wildfires in the future. I've been listening tonight, and I hear very compelling stories about loss and about recovery. And I think my message to you is that I want to talk about the prevention side of things. We must have.
Steve, I'm sorry. One thing that I should say for the rest of the fire service, there is a split and there is a whole nother committee that's dealing with prevention. That's why you're not hearing much of it tonight. That's the House Ag and Natural Resources Committee. And they've got bills on this topic and hearings on this topic. So that's why we're not talking as much about prevention, because I heard one of your other fire service colleagues mention that. And I didn't say that at the beginning. What's the mission of this committee? Senator Golden's folks who are here, they will consider also prevention, but I didn't get given that task. So I just wanted to let you know that's why we're not having that conversation tonight here.
Thank you, Chair Clem. So I asked that we adopt WUI standards and codes for defensible space and create codes that support structure hardening, because we know that these practices are effective, and we know that we will continue to grow and build into these areas, these wildland urban interface areas. The first step is to identify the map and in our state that we know where the greatest risk can occur. And this work has already begun with Oregon Department of Forestry and Oregon State University, and I think it should be the foundation for state mapping going forward statewide. So members of the committee, this is not a problem focused on one part of the state. Wildfires, as you know, have no boundaries, and we are here to testify that areas of the state historically untouched by large wildfires now highlight that this is a statewide problem. Action cannot be delayed, and I encourage you to collaborate and support the State Fire Marshal's Office, as mentioned, with long-term help, not just short-term help, because the problem simply won't go away. The pathway to a safer Oregon will come with difficult decision, I'm sure some financial impact, but I'm here to say that the impact pales in comparison to the alternative that we are facing and that we saw here in the metro area as well as across the state. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Chair Clem, thank you. I just wanted to ask Chief Weiss to expect our staff to reach out to him to incorporate his experience and ideas in the measures that he's talking about.
Thank you. I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, sorry, I should have said it in the beginning, but the House, we split it, and then Senator Golden gets both. And so for half of us, some of us are on that other committee too. I'm not, but we certainly know some of the policy implications, but those bills are something that will be heard in House Ag and Natural Resources and Senate. Forget Senator Golden's committee's name, but the Senate Natural Resources and Wildfire Recovery. Okay, last chance. William Gannis, did we ever find you? Okay, thank you. I'm going to get back to the Beachy Creek, Lions, Holiday Farm, Archie Creek areas. And I think I left off with Daryl. We didn't get Daryl, did we? Daryl, have we found you yet? Daryl Nielsen? No, Daryl Nielsen. How about Woody Jackson? Woody, are you here?
Yes, indeed.
Great, welcome.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding recovering from the 2020 wildfires. Your committee work can make a substantive difference to the recovery of many miles of Oregon's waterways, keeping our water clean and safe for fish, wildlife, and people that are dependent upon our rivers remaining healthy and functioning. My name is Woody Jackson, and I am speaking on behalf of Friends of the Bright Bush Cascades in the Mount Jefferson area. On September 8th, 2020, I lost my primary home in Gates, Oregon, along the North Santiam River, and a secondary off-grid Forest Service cabin within the Bright Bush watershed. I also volunteered to my local watershed council and was one of the first properties to mitigate the riparian on the North Santiam River by placing straw bales between my home's foundation and the river, along with placing wattles, jute mats, and seeding on the riverbank to prevent contaminants and slow erosion. Soon, I will be replanting the riparian and securing the banks with native shrubs and trees, shading the waterways, and providing habitat. My cabin was along Devil's Creek that feeds into the Bright Bush River, and that is a different story. To this day, there has been no riparian mitigation upon Devil's Creek or the Bright Bush River. My present concern is the availability of native plants for repair of the riparian in fire-affected areas. We need native plants to restore the riparian, whether the riparian is on private, state, or federal lands. Please help to secure funding and assist nurseries in providing stock to distribute to property owners, contractors, and volunteers. This needs to extend into a permanent and robust system as we move into the era of extended fire seasons. It is essential to facilitate cooperative endeavors with county soil and water conservation districts, watershed councils, and state and federal land managers. The needs extends far beyond the typical reforesting stocks contracted on behalf of Oregon Department of Forestry, Bureau of Land Management, in the United States Forest Service. Adequate funding provided to soil and water conservation districts and watershed councils can assist the recovery while facilitating volunteer and contracted efforts. In conclusion, we need more native plants distributed throughout fire-impacted areas. Your efforts to find the funds and distribute to the counties will make a critical difference to fish and wildlife and all Oregonians dependent upon clean water. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Woody. How about Jay Hennigan? Are you here?
I am.
Great, welcome.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, I share the home, both the cabin and the primary home in Gates with Woody. Would like to first address the thing that other people have brought up about notice. We learned about the fire, we lost power, and when we lose power, the wave cable system cuts out, we have no internet and no telephone because they don't have any power backup. We learned about the fire by a neighbor driving through honking his horn. went to downtown Gates, and eventually around 10 o'clock at night, met with Ken Cartwright, and I suggested to him that I go with him to help him get the local radio station, KYAC, prepped in case they lost power, which they did, and to start broadcasting public service announcements. There are sirens at the fire station, both in Gates and Mill City. Those sirens never sounded. Ken was there on the local radio giving public service announcements and advising people. The emergency alert system did not sound a warning until well after midnight. So there definitely needs to be much better warning. The other thing I'd like to talk about is I'm president of the Brighton Bush Cabin Owners Association, which is a community of summer homes in the Forest Service near the Brighton Bush Hot Springs. 70 of those 71 cabins burned. And we are in somewhat of a unique situation with the debris removal in that it's very confusing. We fill out right of entry forms to the county, but it's state and or federal workers that are actually doing the work. And once we fill out these things, then we get lost in the shuffle. The Brighton Bush community has a unique situation in that we are on federal land, but we have private debris. And I think this is finally getting sorted out, but it has been quite an ordeal to get in touch with somebody because everybody says, go talk to this guy. And so we end up talking to the other people. So there is a lack of communication there and a lack of coordination between all of the government agencies. I do thank the government, all of the government agencies involved, for providing this free debris cleanup. I do believe that it is, we finally have a solution, and I talked to an ODOT person and they are going to do it. Several of the cabin owners are uninsured, and so they're suffering as well. I do ask that you communicate to the ODOT people that they please tread lightly on the land. We don't need huge bulldozers compacting the soil and causing further damage to the forest area there. They've already done quite a bit of hazard tree removal. And so there's been quite a bit of damage to the land. So please tread lightly. And I do thank you for the debris removal and everything that the government is doing.
Great, thank you very much. How about Danielle Larson? Danielle,
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt for just a moment?
Yeah, Rep. Gomberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've been working our way through the agenda tonight with Marion and Clackamas counties, and my constituents in Lincoln County were asked to come in at about 7:30. They may not have heard where we are in the program, and I wonder if you could just give them a kind of an update of where we are and what our timeframes may be looking like for them. And I ask that respectfully, of course.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Gomberg. I'm going to go one more and think about how I'm going to juggle this while they're talking, if you don't mind. I was just doing that as you rang in. Sorry, let me just catch my place. I think Danielle Larson. Yeah, Danielle, and then I'll make an announcement to our Lincoln County friends. Danielle, you're muted. You might need to push the unmute button if you're here. And no Danielle, or muted. How about Michelle Warden? Michelle Warden?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Chairman Clem, members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I won't take much time at all, at least I think I won't, because I'm also a citizen of Detroit, Oregon, been there since I was 5 years old, so 50 years living there. And I think that Vicki Larson-Hills and Steve Galbraith and even Jody did a really nice job of explaining the circumstances and all of that very accurate. The suggestions that they laid out are ones that I would echo in terms of things that we need. Specifically, I really welcome the idea of a city manager who can help organize and orchestrate I know that there are citizens in Detroit, including myself, who would be willing to do donated labor to help get things going again. I loved Jody's idea, first time I heard about it, of using that timber, sort of bringing it back to the community. And I know my husband's been a logger all his life and is now disabled, but I know that that timber needs to get harvested ASAP and something done with it. So that would be fantastic. I also, the very first people that spoke tonight, my heart went out to them. Like I said, we've lived in that community for 50 years. Our home was absolutely decimated. It is the only asset my family has. I raised my children there. We have nothing else. We have no savings account. We have nothing else. I was encouraged when I went to FEMA. They did not give me any assistance, but referred me to the SBA. I was encouraged because the SBA said, we can give you a loan for $217,000. They had full disclosure of my income, full disclosure of what we were going to receive in insurance benefits. That was probably, I want to say, October that they approved us for that loan. So we've been going through the paperwork, the process, doing what we need to do. I was notified 2 weeks ago from the SBA that because I have now gotten my insurance money from State Farm, that they could loan us $6,000 to rebuild the house. So they went from $217,000 to $6,000, which is, you can barely build a shed for $6,000. And so, of course, I had a meltdown because that's what I've been counting on. We've been thinking, yes, we're going to get back home, we're going to get this loan. And so I had a meltdown. So they called me back and said, oh, we recalculated. We can actually give you $19,000, which also isn't very much help. So we are back to square one with literally nothing. We have a temporary rental until March and then nothing. Then I don't know what. So what Detroit, what personally, what I would love to have in Detroit right away, echoing everything everybody else has said, but absolutely the water and a pump ahead. Like, I mean, we're going to be living in a trailer in Detroit. That's the only option I can see, the affordable option, a travel trailer and RV, which is where we started when my husband and I were 17 and 18. We'll go back to that. So those, I'll stop. My time's up. I'm good about keeping time. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michelle. So, okay, I think here's where we're at for folks from Lincoln County. We're running late. We're going to go late, but I'm going to switch in about 10 minutes over to Lincoln County. We've got some folks from Lane that have not gotten to talk yet at all, and Douglas, just because of the way our list is set up. So we're going to do that for 10 or 15 minutes. There's 3 or 4 I want to hear from. We're going to come back to Marion after that. But one thing I want to mention again for folks, we had a whole lot of fire districts register all at one time in the last 24 hours, almost like there was, the word put out, hey, make sure you're weighing in. I just want to make sure if you're here to talk about, for example, prevention efforts, a wildland urban interface, tonight is not really our night because we've got a bunch of citizens who are here on recovery, and this isn't the right committee for that bill. There is a bill called the Wildfire bill, but it's in a different committee. And so I might be able to save you some of your evening. But Laura, my committee admin, is sending an email to you also, and we can get you all the information for when the WUI interface and the building codes types of hardening discussions are going on. Unfortunately, that's just not our committee. So I'm going to try and thin the list here because I probably got 10 of those. And if you're all on the same point, then I'll save you time and ask, and let you know we have heard that message. We just need to relay it to some of our other colleagues. Some of the fire service folks are from the fire affected areas, and that may not even be their message. It may be that their stations burned down and how can we help them get rebuilt. So I don't want to discourage people, but I just want to make sure we don't have people sitting around waiting for the next hour to talk about something that's not in the right place. And so let me just say that. So I want to hop down to Lane County and then one Douglas County person. So we're going to do Teresa Hauser, Kate McMichael, and then Stacia Hood, and then Greg Barbary. Then we're going to jump to Lincoln County. So Teresa, are you with us?
Okay. Actually, Teresa and Kate are sort of together, so we'll combine it and make it a little faster. So thank you, Committee Chair Clem and Committee for this opportunity to speak. So I'm Kate McMichael, and Teresa, my wife, and I live in Lane County. So after years of retirement saving and dreaming, in 2019, we were able to purchase a small woodland property in Vida. Our plan was to spend our retirement nurturing our forest health and resilience, improving wildlife habitats, sequestering and storing carbon, and contributing to a healthy Mackenzie River watershed. A year and a half later, the Holiday Farm Fire ravaged our trees and upended not only our future plans for our forest, but our future. Our beautiful multi-age forest is gone. Our hope that a future small-scale harvest for medical needs in our waning years is gone. The future we dreamed of and planned and saved for is unrecognizable. Instead of nurturing an already healthy multi-aged forest, we're faced with the multiple challenges of square one reforestation. From finding contractors to sourcing seedlings to the ongoing battle with resurgent invasive vegetation. Any monies that might come from a salvage operation on a small segment of our property will immediately go back into the forest, seedlings, planting, vegetation management. We're hoping we might break even. We try not to think too far ahead. First we replant, then we think about the future. We know we have been fortunate. We already had our permits in place, so our home build wasn't totally derailed. We've had loggers return our calls. We have a neighbor who's a consulting forester with connections to nurseries and planting contractors. We had already forged relationships with folks connected to the Mackenzie watershed. So when contact lists, when the offers of riparian restoration help came, we were already on the contact lists. We knew to look to the extension and to OFRI for information and resources, but we also know that the same can't be said for neighbors and others impacted by the fires. We've heard story after story of calls after call after call made to loggers or nurseries or reforestation contractors that aren't returned. We've listened to the frustration and despair of our neighbors waiting on permit approvals to rebuild. We've lost neighbors who found the daily heartbreak of living in a burned forest, surrounded by burnt out structures and shattered lives, unbearable. In the midst of this, the multiple threats of this legislative session are an additional source of anxiety for us and others like us. Will the small tract forest land program be eliminated or altered so that smaller properties like ours are no longer eligible? Will there be additional harvest taxes to factor into harvest budgets, especially onerous for salvage operations that are mostly seeking to be able to replant and still break even? Will OFRI be defunded at a time when its educational resources are so vital, even more than ever? Any one of these is potentially devastating to small woodland owners already operating on the thinnest of margins. Post-fire, with our margins having burned along with our trees, these threats feel like a deliberate assault, adding insult to the injury that already assaults us every day that we walk in our charred woods. Every day since the fire is a bit overwhelming, and yet we're grateful. We're grateful for our precious trees and the few living ones among them, grateful for those who've provided support and assistance, from OSU to ODF and OFRI and Pure Water Partners and the Upper Willamette Soil and Water Conservation District, to neighbors with more experience in forest care than we have. We're grateful beyond words for members of our forestry and timber family who've listened to our grief and offered advice and numbers to call and encouragement. And we're grateful as well for this opportunity to share a piece of our experience with you. Thank you for listening.
And Kate, are you, I'm sorry, I didn't catch if you combined it and you're speaking for both. If so,
yes.
that's okay. Thank you so much.
That's both of us.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, for committee members who don't know it, there is a tricky situation that we need to address where Oregon Forest Practices Act does not require replanting after a wildfire, just because people are already victimized. And so some will, but some are going to need help if we want to keep Oregon green. And so I've been thinking about how to assist in those efforts and how we might be able to you know, especially small woodlands owners or units of government who don't have any money for replanting, how we're going to do that. But that's an issue that was flagged for me that I hadn't thought about. The part of recovery is not having it look like a skeletal forest for the next 20 years. And for some people, that means we're going to have to help. Okay, now, Diane Braun, we had you in Coast Region, but I don't know if you're actually in Lane County or if the fire you're interested in is the Lincoln County fires.
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Actually, I think I'm both. I have a house that was affected in the coast, and I live here in the valley, just south of Cottage Grove. I think what I'd like to do is to reserve my time for somebody else right now. I want to thank you for everything you're doing, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. And we're just about to switch to the coast here. We've got two more, then we're going to switch to the coast. So Stacia Hood, are you with us?
I am here. Getting my camera turned on.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Clem and members of the committee. My name is Stacia Hood. I live in Lane County. I'm speaking to you tonight from my perspective as an architect that grew up the Mackenzie. My father owns a small convenience store upriver where I worked for over a decade while I was going to architecture school at the U of O. After the fire, my partner and I stepped forward to help families that were impacted by the fire and just trying to help people find a direction forwards. What was their next step and what did they need to do? We realized that this was incredibly overwhelming for many, and it's been overwhelming for us, and we understand the process. So we've actually helped over 25 families with cleanup and navigating cleanup and finding direction forwards. One of the things that we've learned in the process is that Lane County does not hold on to drawings for people's homes. So even people who want to rebuild exactly what they had, there are no files, there are no drawings, there is nothing for them. They're starting over the same as somebody that wants to rebuild a custom home. It's been overwhelming. Being able to help 25 families, we have absolutely seen a full spectrum of how this is impacting families differently. The one thing, though, that has impacted families pretty consistently is that the 1-year window to replace is not enough time. We are hitting massive bottlenecks right now, getting drawings to engineers. We're 3, 4, 6 weeks out. That's if I can get an engineer to call me back. That 1-year deadline is quickly approaching. I would ask that that be extended to at least 5 years. We need to try and find ways to make this as easy as possible for people to get back home, and that's not happening currently. That 1-year window is a huge source of concern for families. It's causing them to make decisions that they wouldn't make if they thought they had more time. People are going with homes, plan-built homes versus a custom home because they don't think they have time to go through the process. People are choosing manufactured homes because they don't think they have time to design a home. That's going to have a huge impact on tax base. It's also going to have a huge impact on, people returning back to something that they had before. Another thing that is having a huge impact is the cost to rebuild. I read this morning that costs right now are up 180% from last year alone. People that had, say, a 2,000 square foot home may have enough money to replace 1,000 square feet. These are going to have huge impacts on people as they start to approach the process of rebuilding. Another thing that is happening is Lane County is overwhelmed. We need assistance at the county level. We need to find ways to make this as easy as possible and remove hurdles. I have families that have gone through the entire design process that are now starting to think that it's too much. They're being told they need to do geotech, they need to do energy code, they need to, there are just more and more hurdles being put in front of them, and they just want to be able to go home and rebuild. So my partner lived in Colorado after there were fires there. He was a part of that process of rebuilding, and they made it as easy as possible for people. There are already so many hurdles in front of them that if we can, at the county level, start to make this easier. We need more accessibility at the county. Due to COVID, people are working from home. I have been calling and leaving messages. I can't get calls back. They don't have a way to transfer their phone system to their homes. There's no way to directly call the county workers. You call and leave a message and hope for a call back within a week. They call with an unidentified number at a time when unidentified numbers are usually people calling with, trying to sell you a warranty. I've missed them, and you can't call them back. You then enter the queue again of trying to wait for a week to get a call back. The people I'm serving need me to be able to be in contact with the county so I can help them move forward, and that's not happening. I've got people there are many people that don't understand the process. They're overwhelmed. I have families that their entire house was in the riparian zone. We just had changes to the floodplain regulations. That's going to have a huge impact on their ability to rebuild. I have one family in particular, their entire house was in the riparian. If they tried to meet setback from the riparian, they're in the middle of the highway. These people need assistance in getting forward. They are limited to the exact footprint that they had, which means they can't just go find a plan sale because it's not going to fit. It's not going to fit their program. It's not going to fit their site. It's not going to fit the fact that they live on a river. And so this is just going to take time. And, my partner and I are doing everything we can to try and help as many. Right now, 25 that we've helped is a small fraction of the people that need assistance upriver. And I'm dedicated to helping make sure that the economic diversity of the river is returned. It's definitely a unique place. It's its own special community. And I'd like to see people that want to come back be able to come back. And I'd like to find ways that we can make that happen. Rental housing is not going to be able to come back at the prices that they were because the cost to build now is so much higher. And there's a serious concern that people are going to be bringing manufactured homes in that are old, dilapidated, and have tarps over them which is not safe living conditions because that's what people can afford. So we need to find a way to make safe, livable conditions for people and to get back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacia. Two quick questions. One, you work all over the state, so this county issue where certain counties or where county building departments are difficult to get through, is that all over the place, not just Lane County, for example?
I think every county is handling this differently. I've been really focused since September in Lane County, so I can't speak to how other counties are handling it, but I do know that it's not a consistent thing across the board.
Okay, yeah.
I know the number of dwellings they're trying to replace is a huge number for the county to take on.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about lending some assistance, particularly to smaller counties. We also do know about the 1-year window, but I'll accelerate getting that bill prepared out there because I didn't realize it was impacting people's decisions quite as much.
It's having a huge impact, yeah.
Yeah, it's a given that we're going to change it, but we need to get the word out quickly, it sounds like. And then we also are working on a rebuild bill that would give people some more flexibility on their footprint. The problem is if it's a federally controlled rule like FEMA flood mapping, then it's tricky for us to do anything because the county will not be eligible for the federal flood insurance program. And so we're working with the feds to see if there's any flexibility. But you've brought up a lot of good things here. We're going to keep your number and enlist your resources because you're sort of on the ground trying to get this going, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And then last, I want to pop over to Douglas County for a moment before we go to Lincoln and get Greg Barbara.
Mr. Chair, could one of my members, Senator Kennemer, get in with a question?
He can, but then I'm afraid all the other members are going to want to question it, so I'm not sure what to do at that point. So let's stick with Greg Barber for now, and I'll text you on the side to think about how to do this. Greg, are you with us? Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Senator Brzezinski. It's quite possible that the members for the Lane and Douglas were on the agenda for 5:30 to 6:30. I'm afraid we may have lost a number of those individuals thinking that either that time had passed or such. So that might be why you're not getting responses.
Okay. So far, we're just missing Greg. Everybody else to come is. They look like they're I'm looking in the chat window. A lot are still here. And some are like 3, for Douglas, for example, 3 are fire districts. So I may have scared them off with my admonition about the committee, but we'll come back and try them. Okay, Representative Gomberg, you have 2 commissioners here. Would you like to introduce Commissioners Hall and Jacobson?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, especially for your compassion tonight. And thank you, colleagues, for your attention. And thank you, everybody who's been waiting to speak. I appreciate your patience. I will just say briefly that that North Lincoln County had been without power for several days over the Labor Day weekend when 2 fires erupted here, the Kimberling Mountain Fire and the Echo Complex Fire, and propelled by very strong winds, they roared through Rose Lodge, Panther Creek, Otis, up over the hill into the Highland community where I live, and then west as far as Devil's Lake, which is the reason that all of Lincoln City was ultimately evacuated. And as we've been hearing tonight, I think you'll continue to hear stories of destruction and despair. But I think you'll also hear stories about how neighbors have opened up their homes, their hearts, and their wallets to help each other. I hope you'll hear about our Grange Hall that looks like a fully stocked department store, except that it doesn't have any price tags. You'll hear about community organizations that are providing tens of thousands of dollars of support, and you'll hear about people that show up every day and particularly on weekends with shovels to help clear the debris. I know I have 2 commissioners here tonight, and I'd like to kick off with Commissioner Katie Jacobson, who's been waiting for a chance to introduce our situation here as well.
Okay, great. Commissioner Jacobson. And sorry, before you start, let me just say to Santiam Canyon folks, we are coming back. We're going to stay tonight and go late. So I've got, for example, Danielle Larson, Michelle Warden, David Veenendahl, Thomas Price, Sonia Kellis, Elaine DeGeorge, Deanna Freris, Lisa Avery. All of you, if you could stick with us, we will be back. I just want to keep the schedule for Lincoln County as tight as I can, given I went way over up the canyon early. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Commissioner, please.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Clem and members of the committee. I'm Katie Jacobson. I'm one of the 3 Lincoln County commissioners in Lincoln County. So as Representative Gomberg said, we had actually 2 fires, Echo Mountain Fire and Kimberly Mountain Fire, which together were called the Echo Mountain Complex Fire. 253 manufactured homes were destroyed. 57 site-built homes were destroyed. We had 3 damaged site-built homes as well, and then 21 additional properties with other damages, including sheds and decks and outbuildings and that kind of a thing. A total affect of 334 affected parcels. An ODF reported this was a total of 2,252 acres total that were burned in the fire. We still have about 174 individuals living in hotels and 94 different hotel rooms throughout Lincoln County, 5 in Lincoln City and 2 in Newport, and then hundreds of others still living in tents, trailers, RVs, couch surfing, living in damaged properties, and others substandard housing. On a good note, we had 0 mortality in our fire. Everyone survived. We're very grateful to our first responders, police, fire, but also all of the people in the community that looked out for their neighbors and made sure that everybody got out. I also just want to say a thank you to all of you in the community for taking the time to listen to our survivors tonight. I will say that for many of them, telling their stories does bear a cost for them. It is revisiting trauma. And so I would just say, I hope all of you listening to those stories, remember that there is a cost of that, and please use that. Please take the information that is being given tonight and do something with it, not just for all of them, but hopefully we don't have fires in the future, but we can use their stories to plan accordingly and hopefully make our response in Oregon better if we ever face this again. I will hold my personal comments and testimony until the elected officials night later this week, but just wanted to kick off and say thank you, and thank you to all my survivors here in Lincoln County and others working with the fire. I see all of your names across the screen, and I'm really thankful for all of you being here tonight.
Thank you, Chair Clem. We also have Commissioner Claire Hall with us this evening.
Yeah, welcome, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall, are you here with us? have gotten muted. We will we'll work on that, and we'll move down our list. So let me get started on Lincoln County. I've got let's see. I'll start with Rochelle McMaster, Norma Jean. I've got then Roger Robertson, Jason Taylor, Kathy Deeds, and then we'll go to, I think, Julie Starr. So that'll get us the first 5 or 6. So, oh, sorry, I think it's not Rachel, it's Rochelle. Rochelle, are you here?
I'm here. I am actually doing the Zoom call with Kathy Deeds.
Oh, great. Okay.
And I hope it's okay. I wrote down what I wanted to say because I do know that it is going to be emotional.
Sure.
First of all, I wanted to say, Chair and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Rochelle McMaster, and I resided at the Salmon River Mobile Village in Otis. On September 7th, a fire was started on the hills of Echo Mountain that would forever change the lives of many residents of this small town of Otis. I happen to be one of them. In the early morning hours of September 9th, I was notified that my trailer court was on a level 3 evacuation notice. Not knowing that this would be the last time I would see my trailer park standing, I said many prayers and left. Later that evening, I was notified that all but 3 buildings were gone, including my home. The grief and heartache that I felt knowing that everything I owned was gone was so intense that my feet gave out from under me and I collapsed to the ground. It would be a week later before I was physically able to see the true extent of the damage. On September 16th, I finally was able to see firsthand what my trailer park, my home, my community looked like. Even though I had seen pictures, it still did not take away the grief and loss. The devastation was so unmanageable and left me utterly devastated and speechless. I could barely walk to the driveway without a feeling of utter loss. The pain, the heartache, the complete sense of loss was so overwhelming as I looked at once was my community and now is rubble. I am here today to ask for help for my community. Sorry, gotta change the page. Many of us that lived in the trailer court were low income or retired. We paid extremely low rent. Many of these same people are currently residing in hotel rooms because affordable housing is not available. What I hear from everyone I talk to is that we just want to go home. We want to know that we will have something stable and secure, something that will help ease our fears and anxiety and help us start to heal. The other thing that I hear is that talking with others who have been through the same event helps. It helps to know you're not alone. We need mental help. Many of us suffer from nightmares of having to be evacuated. Some still smell smoke, or hearing sirens sends them into a panic attack. We need a way for us survivors to be able to talk and start to help each other heal. Having a personal counselor is great. I have one that I see on a regular basis. I think many of us would heal quicker if we could connect with others who have gone through this and survived. Someone that we can see has made it to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Rep. Clem, you may be on mute.
Yep, I'm sorry. I think I am. And you, Kathy, you said you and Rochelle kind of together. Okay, there you are. I see you. Yeah, great. Okay. Roger, are you here with us? Roger Robertson? Please go ahead.
You're unmuted. There. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight and will respect your busy schedule. I'm Roger, nearly a 50-year resident of North Lincoln County. Never in my years have we experienced anything as swift and as devastating as the fires that consumed hundreds of homes, vehicles, and outbuildings. The fire hit close to home as our eldest son and his wife lost everything. The only thing that they found was a ceramic Christmas tree that my mother had made for them some 50 years ago. Our youngest son spent, he and his fiance spent their time evacuating horses and saving other people's property. And the fire came within 4 feet of his house and went 2 houses past, dropped back down again, and took everything along the river. It's an amazing story. The community was very fortunate that we have a nonprofit organization in North Lincoln County that could respond immediately, and I say immediately, to the basic needs of hundreds of families. Angels Anonymous is a 501c3 with a basic mission of helping residents of North Lincoln County with immediate and basic needs. To date, we've handed out about $90,000 to 110 families that were totally, completely burned out. We were able to give checks immediately to people on a very tight month-to-month budget for food, clothing, gas for their vehicles, medicines, anything that was an immediate and basic need for them at that time. Our main fundraising activity was our annual Christmas Festival of the Trees. Because of COVID, that did not happen this year. However, someone, not a person on our board, put up a GoFundMe page and raised over $40,000. A local timber company gave us an additional $5,000. Donations came from literally all over the United States because they knew every dime, and I underscore every dime given, went to help fire victims for their immediate and basic needs. I thank you for your attention and the opportunity to share the news of a resilient community. It is true, the best in people comes out in the worst of times. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Jason Taylor, are you here with us? And Jason, if you're on the phone, you might have to hit *6. Oh, no, you're not on the phone. I see you. Jason? Jason, we don't hear you, but you're not muted either. Jason, you might have to log out and log back in. That happened earlier to one of our guests, but I'll keep your spot and keep an eye. If you can, okay, he's logging out. So let's see if he comes back. How about in the meantime, Rob Dahl, let's see, hold on. I'm sorry. I said Norma Jean next. Norma Jean.
Hi there.
Hi, Norma. Welcome.
Well, hi. I didn't get an opportunity to get on board here earlier to hear how things are going, but I just wanted to tell you that we're helping run the Salmon River Grange Distribution Center for the fire survivors, and we're really, really in need of better communication services. When this whole thing started, there was no communication but Facebook. It was the only thing that was successful. And the emergency service plan just failed miserably. Am I still here?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's all that matters. Anyway, so I would love to see something different for the next emergency that had a better communication system, because basically it ended up being neighbor helping neighbor. We were without any communication for our own family for 4 days without going down and talking to the sheriffs. And that seemed to be the biggest thing that I have heard the most, is that people felt isolated and were uninformed. So And hi there. Anyway, so that and the mental health services at this point are critical. We have people who come in daily who stand in the middle of the distribution center and have breakdowns because they're tired, they're scared, they're frustrated, and they're more tired. And so I really don't. I keep hearing that the mental health services might be going away at the end of the month, and it hasn't even started that program needs to go away. So I really, really encourage you guys to please keep mental services open for an extended period of time and don't give it a timeline deadline.
Norma Jean, do you know whose program you're thinking of that you, is it?
Well, there's multiple ones out there that's from FEMA. There's the through the Lincoln County Mental Health, there's the CORE program, which is at the Grange, and they're amazing. I'm absolutely amazing. But there's also other ones out there as well that have developed through the FEMA money.
Okay.
But I just keep hearing that date over and over again being dropped in and out, that money's going to be running out. And these people are just now getting to the point that they can process all this to be where they actually come in looking for assistance, where before they haven't. And they cry in a puddle because they're scared and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, thank you. We'll work with Representative Gomberg here and then Senator Anderson to track down which program and why that date keeps coming up, because as we heard earlier in the night, there's a lot of folks who are still in severe, I would almost call it like PTSD or trauma.
Absolutely. We see that every single day. We see the PTSD. So all you got to do is have the wind blow a certain direction and everyone's on high alert.
Okay, thanks, Norma Jean.
Okay.
Yep. And then Jason, did we get you back?
Mr. Chairman, he's having audio problems, so I've got him on the phone here, and he's ready to talk to you this way.
Right, let's do it. Jason, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We didn't know about the fire at the time. We had a tree fall on the house right before, about a foot from my head whenever we were sleeping in the bed. We ended up taking off, dodging trees, calling for help, and we didn't get cell phone signal until we hit Depot Bay. And whenever we hit Depot Bay, we finally called for help, and well, that got them out there, and apparently there was a fire, obviously, at this point. Well, they ended up evacuating everyone to the south that was in Otis, and the bad thing is everyone in Newport was getting evacuated up north. So we were stuck at Depot Bay right there in the middle, and it's like, where do we go? The traffic, I remember for a day straight, it was nothing but cars not going anywhere. People stuck on the side of the road because they ran out of gas trying to get out of there. Well, in the long run, I've ended up fighting with SBA, finally got denied on SBA. I fought with FEMA, finally got approved for FEMA, and they gave me a little bit, but that was just enough to get a septic in the ground, which I've got the septic in the ground and the power pole, and it was a total loss. I lost my house, my septic tank is nothing but a really bad hole in the ground. All my retaining walls burnt out. Found out why you don't go wood retaining wall. But in the long run, finally, the state hasn't come out at all the entire time to help us with anything. We're left blind and clueless trying to figure out everything on our own on this. Bethany Claire Howell comes along, and with mass, I'm sorry, Hall. I'm nervous. But anyways, Mass is now involved, and FEMA found out I was approved for a house. And they have built from what I've been informed, everything next to the casino out there, in which the house is going to be delivered there. But I was informed the entire time that it would be dropped at my property, because I have worked to no end to get my property back to kind of normal. I still have my power pole laying down. I use that as a retaining wall, and I got my garden going, and I've just been trying to get it back to where I can put a house there. Well, now I'm being informed that since FEMA's putting the house out there, that I won't even be given the option to purchase it, that this is going to be on casino property and their Native American property, and that I may be on my own to find a house. I was uninsured. I have never been through anything like this before, except that whenever I was younger. I just lost my job before all this fire at the casino because I was sick for 3 weeks straight, and even unemployment I was accepted for unemployment, but then when everything burnt down, I was denied because I left my residence. And it's just been a nightmare fiasco upon it, just trying to make it to the next day. I ended up getting a trailer because we didn't know that when the Red Cross would pull out of this hotel, what was going to happen, if we were going to be homeless out there in the rain on the property or whatnot. We did not know until New Year's Eve late. But then the state took over this hotel, and we've been uninformed on everything, running blind the whole way, out volunteering, trying every way possible to help everyone for anything we can do. I mean, every day covered in ash coming back here. I've helped my neighbors for their wedding rings. I've helped countless people around the neighborhood just clearing ash, debris, no questions asked. Spent a week taking people up to get their hospital visits and everything. I lost everything down to my cars. FEMA won't replace the cars. They won't help me with it. When I say a total loss, everything even down to I only have one tree left on my property, and that one may have to go. I've been trying not to let it go because it's the rarest tree here in Oregon, the blue cypress. I have given everything every day since this fire trying to help, and yet now I am finally approved for the FEMA trailer. Things looking good, and I get a FEMA agent calling me from a number in Louisiana, no FEMA ID number or anything, complete stranger woman calling from her home phone, telling me, oh no, it's going on the casino property. You're not going to be allowed to purchase this trailer. You may be on your own on finding a place. I'm just like, I'm at wit's end. I'm going to stay on this property. I'm going to live here. This is my home, whether I'm in a tent or whether I'm built, whatever I got to do. But that was the final straw that broke the camel's back. I don't know, because I've put in through the entire way through. I've held it together. Even when we all got evacuated for an entire day, the sun didn't come out. It was so dark. I got a white dog. She's still having allergy and breathing issues because of the situation. Whenever when the tree fell on the house, we just grabbed puppies and ran. We didn't know there was going to be a fire, that we couldn't come back. I left in nothing but my shorts. I'm just getting my ID back tomorrow, hopefully, and my dentures are. But at the end of the month, I've got an appointment. I'm hoping I'll get them back then. But when I say I lost everything, both of my vehicles. We had a work truck that was barely working in the driveway that I was unloading a fence, and that was what we got in, and we ran, and I mean, I don't know. We made it. We've tried to help as much as possible, but being this far and being told that we may be on our own on this, it's just.
Hey, Jason, can you hear me? I don't know. Can you hear me, David? Hey, Jason, question on the cars. Is it because you had car insurance that FEMA says no, or did you have?
Whenever I lost my job at the casino, we decided to cut bills. And stupid me, this is paradise. Nothing has happened in 5 years. Might as well. We're not going anywhere because of COVID. Cancel insurance. Stupid me.
And well, one thing we've heard from others is that if you had insurance, FEMA won't cover it. But this might be the case where FEMA just doesn't cover automobiles. Period, because usually they help uninsured
automobiles if you don't have insurance because, quote unquote, it's not a legal vehicle at that time. But if you had insurance on your vehicle, it's not covered because you had insurance.
Right. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. That helps. Well, Jason, first of all, thank you for all the help you're giving your neighbors. You seem to me like the classic kind of coastie who just keeps going no matter what. I grew up on the coast. I know a lot of friends like you who just keep going back out there every day to help others. So thank you so much for being with us tonight. And you know, we're going to stay in touch with Representative Gomberg on, you know, how to work on this. You know, I think FEMA's trying to put trailers where they can get the space, but we understand you'd like to own yours and be on your land. You don't want to be somewhere else. So we'll keep with you on that.
I got my land almost ready. I got my septic in the ground. I got my power pole laying there. I am personally building my retaining wall back out of bricks this time, not wood. And I'm ready for that trailer, but I'm being told that that's not going to happen. Most likely that we'll have to go for a house.
As you know, Representative Gomberg's got your phone number because you're on his cell phone right now. So we'll stay in touch with you on that one. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
You bet. Then I'm going to move to, I've got Julie Starr. Julie, are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome.
Hi. Actually, hi, Chairman and members of the committee.
Either way works. Yeah.
Okay. I'm Julie Starr, member, resident of Lincoln County. I'm a little nervous. My testimony. On the 7th and 8th of September, we lost power. And eventually, we lost cell service. We lost internet, telephones. I had a landline, lost everything. We had no way to communicate or hear what was going on. We even lost Facebook, which, you know, was kind of a lifeline later on. So my husband has a transistor radio. He's like, aha, finally old school is useful. We turned on the AM station. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
good.
Yep.
And all there was playing was music. Smoke filled the sky. It was orange. The last we had heard, the fire was 6 miles away. We're up in Highland Estates, which is quite far from where the volunteer efforts are now. So we're not getting any assistance, haven't had any assistance at all, which is okay, because I want to go at a slow pace on our recovery. So I've been doing all my own work on the property. But anyway, back to the story. We didn't know that we were in the line of danger. Nobody did. Like was said, the winds came up and it was so fast that we didn't get warning that we were level 2 until 7 o'clock the next morning, which was Wednesday the 9th. Sheriff pounded on our door and said, you're level 2 and it's not going to last long. And I said, and I was sound asleep. My husband and I were both sound asleep. And so I came out in my robe and I said, what about our horses? We have 3 rescue horses. What are we going to do about them? He says, I don't know. There was no time to get anybody up there. Our road is one way in and that's it. With all the emergency vehicles, there's no way to get anybody to take the horses out. And we had to abandon them. And we packed what we thought was essentials for being gone for overnight. Ended up being forever. If I had known how imperiled everything was, we would have packed. I had a bag with thousands of photos. I would have grabbed that bag. That was essential to me. but I didn't think we were going to lose everything. We wished everybody well and said we'll be back later. Probably might be a couple days, you guys, but hang in there. We'll be back. I have notes, so let me regroup. We left and we heard later on that within 2 hours of our leaving, our home was consumed, in the process of being consumed. We had no knowledge that we were in so close to being burned out. So we were gone. We didn't know for 2 days what had happened. We walked up the fire line. We broke the fire line 2 days later to walk up and see what had happened to the horses. We were terrified because we didn't know what had happened, anything. We didn't know if we'd lost our home or anything. And we found out that everything was gone. All I could say as we walked the property was everything, everything. Four buildings, 3 vehicles, and our horses were nowhere to be seen. We had no idea what had happened. The communication was just so lax and lacking and confused, and we had to go find out boots on the ground what had happened to our home. We still didn't know what had happened to the horses. It wasn't until we got to the bottom that the sheriff said that we think the horses were taken out. But they didn't know. Anyhow, since then, we've been in 6 locations. We're now back on our property in a travel trailer. I've had to put together a team to make this happen. I've been my own general contractor. Like I said, I've gotten help from no one to do this. No help from FEMA, no help from all these different agencies because it's so confusing. Who helps who? SBA, DEQ, EPA, ODOT. They're doing trees. But as far as putting in my water system, putting in my electrical system, that's all come out of pocket because I have insurance. I was smart enough to have insurance on my home, but that insurance doesn't cover those. So we're now having.
Julie does not cover your water and electrical systems.
No. So that money that I'm paying to have those restored is coming out of my personal property insurance.
Okay.
So that's over $10,000 right there. And right now,
this is a well. I'm sorry. This is a well that needs to be replaced, not covered by insurance.
Wellhead was okay. We just had that installed last spring, and it was okay. But all the pump house and all the contents of the pump house burned down.
Yeah.
I mean,
they said that's not covered under your homeowners.
That's not covered. The pump house was, but not the
contents.
All the.
Okay. Sorry.
So right now we're having the pasture cleared of all the dead trees because we can't bring the horses back. There's too many trees that neither ODOT nor or the Pacific Power will take care of because they're not worried about them. They're not concerned about the horses. So we have to have the work done to have that safe for the horses. And so I've been I'm not a general contractor, but I'm doing it. Let's see. What else did I have to tell you? And it's also been frustrating that I don't know if it's true or not because I don't keep track, but the price gouging on lumber especially, I mean, we're paying almost $50 for one sheet of 4x8 plywood. And 6 months ago, it was $24.
Yeah, we've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. And the other lumber too. Also for cleaning, and we haven't done it ourselves yet. We're kind of just putting it aside and waiting for phase 2 to come through. But I've heard that debris hauling is extraordinarily expensive. So I don't know if things can be done legislatively to prevent that, but it seems like a terrible thing to do to people, to victims. Well, I try to call us survivors, try to get out of the negative. But so I'd like to see emergency committee possibly in our county for specific plans on not just tsunami prevention, but fire and wildfire prevention, or addressing those when they happen and streamlining the process. It's been so confusing. We get a lot of information, yet overwhelmed with information. It's so, like I said, there's all these different agencies, at least 5 that I can think of right now, and different deadlines that we have, and it's just a mire of getting through all this stuff. I try to think of myself as a fairly, organized person, but I can't think of, and I quit my job at the casino just 2 weeks before the fire, so I'm fortunate in a way that I have more time to work on it, but I would have had to quit with all this overwhelming stuff. The required pay permit, the ROEs, the right of entry, asbestos, that's been a whole bag of worms on its own. All the timelines. And like Norma Jean was saying, I mean, we're just getting through what we have to do right now and thinking about mental health issues. We're just maybe starting to think about that. It's like, you feed somebody before you talk about how they're feeling today, But I really want to shout out to Salmon River Grange Distribution Center. They've been marvelous. Just to go in there and get, they'll set you up with anything that you might need if they can. The kindness of many new acquaintances that I've made. They've been wonderful for us, or even the KOA brought us back home. We stayed with them for a few months and they brought us up here, very kind. And the sheriff's posse, who did take our horses out 2 days after the fire. Our horses survived that fire.
Wow. I was hoping you were going to come back to that. Okay.
Yeah. 2 days after the fire, they were taken out. They have no injuries, and then they were taken down to, ironically, Burnt Woods, to one of the posse members' farms. And they kept them there for 3 weeks and didn't charge me, and until we found them another foster home. So now they're up in Cloverdale, and we can't wait to bring them back. But
thank you for sharing, Julie. This has been helpful. We're glad you're back on the property. I understand you're in a camp trailer. I wondered, because you look sort of set up back there, but I wondered how that happened. Now I understand.
Yeah, this is our travel trailer. We bought this with insurance money, so so it's ours forever.
All right. Well, let me stay in touch with us. I took some notes here. We do have some tools, the things you've mentioned, like price gouging. There are some laws already on the books about that. But we may end up getting back with you on some of these things too, like the state's going to spend some money here to, frankly, for all of you. We're going to pass some dollars to bridge the gap between what's not getting paid for by other sources. So having us get concrete things like we are tonight, like wells and other systems, that's not going to be covered by home insurance. We're looking for those kinds of things so we can try and help bridge gaps. So this has really been very helpful, Julie. I want to thank you.
Okay.
And then Kathy, I have to check back in. Did I couldn't remember if you and Rochelle merged your testimony or you're together.
No, I have mine.
Okay, so then feel free, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members, and of the committee. I would like to start out introducing, my name is Kathy Dees, and I'm from Otis, Oregon, Lincoln County. I wanted to start on a different note. There's special people that each of us have. Our community is the most amazing community ever, but there's people that I want to mention by name, four or five people that I need to mention by name. One would be Jeremy Page, who's gone out of his way to help people rebuild. Dawn at the Salmon River Grange Distribution Center, and she bend over backwards for all of us. Bethany Grace Howe and Claire Elizabeth Hall. These are outstanding members of our community, and I know there's hundreds more, but I think each people have special angels that have walked them through the biggest hell of their life. On September 18th, myself and another woman in our church served breakfast to evacuees. We were the only two women that just happened to show up. Other men were there and everything, and both of us, neither one of us had any fear of fire. We were consoling people. We were making breakfast. We were just doing everything we could to help them feel okay. We were on evacuation level 1. And that evening, the sky turned as hell on Earth. It was really hot and the moon was blood red. Felt like apocalypse or something. It was really horrid. And we went to sleep under evacuation level 1, nothing packed. You know, we didn't have any plans to leave. And I've been married for 30 years. And my husband, I, and my 25-year-old disabled son all went to bed at night safely, thinking there'd be nothing wrong. And at 3:30 a.m., we had a loud knock on our door. And I overheard the fireman telling my husband. My husband said, "Do we have 5 minutes?" And he said, "No, when I get back here, you've got to be gone." So I grabbed all the Trader Joe bags I had, all the grocery, and I just grabbed, and I had zero belief that I would lose my home. I just was complying with what was asked of me, but I didn't get to see the fire. There was no fire that, I had the gift of not having to see the trauma of the fire. When we left, I grabbed a few bags. I happened to have a trunk of pictures on my coffee table, and my husband grabbed. I'm like, "Babe, we don't need it. We'll be back." We had no idea, but he grabbed it. We grabbed whatever we could. My husband grabbed all my diplomas. They're right at the door. I have a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling. And all my lifetime of 3 degrees, research with minimal amount of data backed up was burnt. And when you are educated, there's text. I'm old school, and there are professors that changed my life. The journals that I've had since I'm 15 years old, all burnt. And I'm a therapist, and I have walked 100 people through so much trauma. And this type of trauma, there's no way to identify triggers. People don't understand, even getting assistance I have been to the Salmon River Grange a few times, and even seeing things is a trigger. Going to the store is a trigger. You don't even remember all the things that are so important to you. You lose everything. I've been in a hotel, my husband and I, we've been in a hotel for 5 months, and it's humbling. We lived in our home, and we had a beautiful life. I had beautiful gardens. I uploaded pictures, and I know they didn't come up, but anyway, 21 FEMA homes is what's been offered to Lincoln City. I don't know, here in Lincoln City. I was offered one of those homes, and I felt too guilty to even take it, because I know I'm bringing food to people that are in hotels. There's a 94-year-old woman and a 72-year-old woman in a hotel. We do not have housing here. We need adequate housing. People are by the side of the streets in trailers, just trying to survive this. And we lost a car also, and because that car was uninsured because of COVID, we did not have insurance on our car that was paid off in our driveway, paid off. It was not insured, and FEMA would not reimburse us for the car because we did not have current insurance on it, which is really garbage, I think. But anyway, I just want to say I'm very thankful that I'm a part of this community, because we have a lot of love and support, but there's a lot more housing. It's like when there's 21 homes and you're given one, it's really hard. It's humbling. It's kind of humiliating. We're going to build our home in our manufactured home park that we lived in. That was like a haven to us. I had raspberries. I had a beautiful garden. It all burned. I took pictures 5 days before the fire of all the fruit of my labors burnt. And now the park sold. That Salmon River Mobile Villa sold. So here we have a home that cannot be built, living in a hotel. We have a home that cannot be built. I'm unemployed. My husband just got a job, and we don't know where we're going to be able to even put our home. We don't know if it's going to go there. So anyway, I'm sorry. It's just really, really so much uncertainty when you had so much security overnight.
Yeah. Kathy, is the mobile home park, do we know yet what's happening to it? Because in Southern Oregon, we're also having similar situations where we're not sure. And so the state is considering how we can maybe step in and buy some or help create cooperatives of tenants, and the state kick in money. have you heard anything about the plans of the new owners yet, or no?
No. But when live in this town and you know people, we heard of who bought it, and they're a family of construction people. And a lot of people said, well, they just want to make money. They just want to rebuild everything and make it commercial. And that would mean almost 40 people or 40 homes represented, 38 homes of all of us. And not everybody's planning on returning, but those of us that consider that our home. I lived there 6 years. My grandbabies were brought there. I want to go back to where I lived. I had a safe community. And I just want to have my home back where my security was. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry at all.
We do need to have a home. We need to have the right, and it was low income. Our rent was very low for our lot space. I'm 55 this year. I don't want to have to, my husband, he's the one who would do it. We don't want to have to pay for wells and do all that right now. We have different visions in our life and different goals, in this part of our life. We don't want to deal with that. We just want to be able to move back home, and I go there, and it's just like being in hell. It's like all the ashes, both my parents died. My dad's ashes were in there burned, and it's like, our life has disappeared. But anyway, I'm sorry. We have a beautiful community, and I'm very grateful for what we do have and for the people that have been over backwards for us. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. It's totally understandable.
People don't understand. Baby books, everything gone.
Did your park have a name? Was there a name for that park?
Salmon River Mobile Villa.
Okay.
Right on Highway 18 in Otis.
Yeah. Okay.
And I want to add one more thing. They were talking about the funding for the Salmon River Grange. I didn't even walk in there until 3 months after my house burnt down because it's humiliating. You feel like you're begging for stuff. I'm not that person, but they bent over backwards to care for us. When we go there, it's like we're given that love and that care that we so need. And you don't even know what you need. I'm living in a motel. I have to wipe out with paper towels when I do dishes in this sink because I don't have a kitchen,
Yeah.
From the FEMA home, I'm grateful. The end of March, I'm supposed to move into a FEMA home. But what about all the people I'm bringing meals to that don't have anywhere else to, go? It's hard.
Yeah. Kathy, thank you. One thing I want to say to you and actually to the whole group tonight, I should have said in the beginning, Senator Golden, Representative Marsh, and I have all, and on behalf of the committee here, have made contact with the Vaccine Advisory Committee. And one of the things that we're asking is that the fire survivors, not victims, wildfire survivors are able to get priority status for vaccines when they're now living in these congregated situations that you never would have been otherwise. And so we've just sent that in the last day or two, and we're urging notification or a consideration and then a notification that wildfire victims would be able to get the vaccines.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So, Kathy, I'm sorry I skipped over you before, but I'm glad we got back to you.
I appreciate your time.
Some fantastic.
Thank you, everyone, so much.
Yeah. Okay, how about, let's think where I'm at. I got Julie Starr earlier, I think. Desiree Eichison, are you here? Desiree? And if you're on mute, you might have to hit *6. And on deck, I've got somebody named Lawrence. I don't know first name or last name. Lawrence, and then Marina Neal, then Brian Bay after that. So Desiree, I don't see you on the side, but you might be calling in. Okay, how about Lawrence? I don't have a last name. I don't know if that's a last name or a first name, but how about Lawrence? Lawrence. And if you're on the phone, Lawrence, Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, you might have to hit *6. Okay, how about Marina Neal? Marina Neal. And same thing, Marina, if you're on the phone, you would have to hit *6 to unmute. Marina Neal. Okay, Brian Bray, you've politely had your hand up over there in the window. That's good. Are you with us, Brian?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, please.
My family homestead is along North Bank there, and we were evacuated the night of the fire. Sorry. We were not burned out. So I have a little bit of experience in regional emergency planning because of a role that I played with a school district. You know, the government entities in an area get together and they plan for these things. And so I have, you know, some expectations developed. And what happened leading up to from the earliest fire, from the moment the fire started, I saw a very obvious, spectacular failure in response. And it was kind of a perfect storm deal because we lost, as people have said here, we lost all communications. So, you know, actually, my background's technology too, so I'm pretty familiar with networks. And so I drove to town and I'd get to Niatsu, I could pick up a 4G signal and immediately threw up a Facebook group so that people could communicate. And you've heard that mentioned here a few times. A second party also did that, friends of mine, and we've run them together ever since. They've absolutely been the primary channel of communication for fire victims. And I find that, you know, times have changed and I love technology, but I find that pathetic. We didn't have AM radio. We didn't have FM radio. The sheriff's department did not have relayed signals. We had no communication. And when I pursued it in the moment, seeing that things were going very wrong, I was able to get to all the way up, you know, to, you know, county commissioners and so on. And what I sensed, what I absolutely witnessed was an utter failure to coordinate. And so starting right then, I knew that one day I would be asking for an after-action report because this is not acceptable. It's, you know, we were very lucky, amazingly lucky. Nobody died. That was just luck, individuals taking care of themselves, neighbors taking care of neighbors, and happenstance. That thing blew through so fast. But there were, even as fast as it happened, there were things that were pretty easy to predict, like the direction of it and the fact that it would go to Highland Estates, as Starr said earlier. And I volunteered. I went and I asked the sheriff's deputies and the volunteer, I don't know what you call them, the scouts of the sheriffs. They're these volunteer groups. I went and I checked up and I asked appropriate questions and I got just no answers. They were completely incommunicado like everybody else. So I saw a lot of things that are very serious, and I'm going to ask that there be an after-action report that's prepared by a third party. I would not like to see the county of Lincoln County or the fire district, who were exemplary all through. The firefighters were awesome. You know, a moment by moment, when did this communication happen? When did that communication happen? What requests came in? What equipment was rolled? Because, and the reason this is important is not to find fault with individuals on how they did their job that day. What's important is this must not happen again. We were so lucky. We were not what they saw in Southern Oregon. We were not what they saw in Texas this last week. But we might as well not even say that we have emergency preparedness based on the performance that I saw. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And then Representative Gomberg, I think you found Marina for us. Maybe you've got her on the phone here. Is that right?
I do indeed, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to let Microsoft Teams stand between you and my constituents. So
Okay.
I've got Marina here for you now, and Marina, you can go ahead.
Welcome,
yes,
Marina.
thank you. My name is Marina Neal. I'm in Lincoln County, and thank you for hearing me tonight. I don't really have anything prepared, but I think I would primarily like to address the ongoing issues with housing. Initially, many of us were in a motel, and we might have a 6-day stay and then not know till the last minute that it would be a few more days, and so that caused a lot of stress and anxiety. Many just, including myself, found older travel trailers or whatever to move to temporary sites, and then once we were told to move on from that type of spot, we end up somewhere else. And so I guess my frustration now is when I learned about the FEMA housing, the regular trailers that are being put in by the Chinook Winds, I wondered why I'd never been contacted about them, and I called FEMA, put on hold, and the person came back and said that they would have contacted me, and there's no waiting list and no way to apply. Because I was shocked that there were only about 20 people, because I know many, many people still in motels. So I think there's a real disconnect there, and I'm sure others have talked about the fact that there's absolutely no housing available. It was difficult for people even before the fire and before COVID. I'm not sure what the solutions are, but hopefully something will come along to help us. As of now, I will be making my 4th move back to a motel. I moved to the burnt up property, and it's where I took care of my elderly mom. She passed away after the fire, and another relative inherited everything. Anyway, I'm being evicted there, and so it's just an ongoing anxiety and stress regarding permanent housing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Marina, and we're sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you, Representative Gomberg, for getting a hold of her so we could chat with her. And okay, so folks, we have about, if my count is right, we've got potentially, if we can find them, about 6 more from Lincoln County, and I see some hands starting to pop back up after the hour on Lincoln County from Marion and Lynn. So I'm going to jump back to Marion and Lynn. We are going to be able to get through everybody here. We're just going to stay a little bit late. So I need to get back over and see if we ever found, I think Scott Lunsky from the Marina, I don't believe I ever found at the time. Scott, are you with us? Or Daryl Nielsen, that was another one I didn't catch earlier. Daryl Nielsen. Okay, how about Danielle Larson? Danielle, are you with us? Danielle? I'll ask again in a few minutes here. Thomas, you've got your hand up patiently and you're back on that list. 1 second, Senator Przanski. Sorry, I just saw you pop up.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, since you're going through the list, we're not sure who in the affected areas are still on. Do you still have individual witnesses for all of the fires, or are you now limited to the Lincoln County and the Marion County?
Okay, for example, Lane, we are down to, which I don't know if they're here on the fire topics or not, but the only people remaining on my list for Lane are Eugene Springfield Fire and Mackenzie Fire and Rescue. Otherwise, I don't have anybody else for Lane. Douglas, I've got, again, 3 fire service folks. Douglas County Fire, Clyde Fire, Roseburg Fire. So I think, unless I miss somebody, I don't have any more Lanes or Douglas, except fire. which we will go back and check with fire service at the end too. Not to put them last, just we sent out an email on the side saying there might be in the wrong meeting for some of the topics.
Floyd, I'm here for Lane.
Thank you.
And sorry, who was that? That's
Thomas Price.
Oh, Thomas is Price. Okay, we had you as Lynn. Sorry, Thomas. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Chair and reps. I am from Lane County. I am here actually on behalf of many people up to McKinsey that don't have both internet or voice. I was requested to be present. I have 30 years of experience in disaster and recovery. Ever since the Cypress structure went down, I was a helicopter medic that landed on the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza and rescued people off the Cypress structure. I've been doing this for the majority of my life and have FEMA as well as DPSST and Red Cross certifications at very high level. Basically, I'm currently speaking about a couple different subjects. I could speak to most everything that's been spoken to tonight, but I'm here because community members want an understanding of their situation up the river. So one of the things I did is I helped run lane.recovers.org, which was trying to bring together resources for fire victims and the recovery mode, or relief and recovery is what we said. One of the things that continued to happen both in Lane County as well as other places is there are groups from outside the area that kept wanting to lend aid, but we didn't have a statewide approach to meeting those those offers. And many offers went kind of mismatched, or things came before they were needed. And we still have a lot of people collecting money on behalf of fire victims without any real way of regulating where that money is going to or how well it's putting people back in their homes. Mm-hmm. And so I've been asked to present this subject to your group. I can talk further on it later. I know that we're running really late. I do have a lot of expertise to provide if you want, and I can go into deeper detail, but right now there's a lot of misses that are happening, and I can help you do some troubleshooting on that too, if you'd like. But right now I'm looking towards the recovery effort and trying to help pair things a little better. The Lane.Recovers website has been parked, and people are trying to build it again from scratch within organizations in my county. And it's like, we already built it once, but we're trying to rebuild it. And there's a whole bunch of siloing and mismanagement, and it's not misintent on these people that are in positions, but there's a lot of misunderstanding and not effective communication and getting to end results that help people the fastest way we can. We've got a lot of professionals like myself. I gave 2 months of my professional time without pay to this fire recovery effort, and many other professionals that are kind of not even being utilized. I had businesses that lined up to help out fire victims that haven't been able to even actualize any of their support. And so there's big gaps here in recovery efforts.
So Thomas, I'm wondering if maybe we could schedule a phone call for you and I and Laura, my committee admin, because it sounds like A, you speak for a lot of people, and B, I'm on this Lane, well, I'm on something called recovers.org. It says Lane COAD, but I feel like there's probably a bunch we could talk about. And so I'm wondering if maybe Laura and I could.
Yeah, you'll hear the term COAD and VOAD. There are some FEMA VOADs that are not as helpful right now trying to help out. But the COAD was started by me and Red Cross a number of years ago to try to prepare for this in advance. It's basically businesses, nonprofits, and other agencies coming together to try to support relief and recovery in disaster situations like this.
Yeah. Oh, I see, John Q. Murray. So I think we've got your contact information.
Yeah. I don't want to take any more of your time. My time's already up.
Let's schedule a separate call, because I think you'd be a good person, and we need more up the McKinsey people, actually. I think internet is a big problem. So thank you for waiting. And sorry we had you in the Lynn County category. I would have actually got to you earlier. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay. All right. Let me jump back to. So Deanna Freris, I know you are representing a whole lot of people and work. So sorry for making you wait so long. Please, can you spend some time talking with us about what you've been up to?
Hi there. Thank you.
Hey, welcome.
I'm here. I'll read my testimony, and then I'm going to share my time with our service integration coordinator, Melissa Bauer, as well. So we'll try to be concise with our testimony. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Dina Freris. I reside in Marion County. We lost a rental home in Gates in Lynn County to the fire, and my husband's family business lost 7,000 acres of private timber, or 42% of their holdings to the fire. Land holdings, excuse me. However, tonight I will provide testimony related to my involvement with Santiam Canyon Wildfire Relief Fund and the service integration team of Santiam Hospital and our wildfire recovery efforts. In partnership with the Santiam Canyon Wildfire Relief Fund, Santiam Service Integration, or SIT, is assisting with the disbursement of funds and items accrued by the fund. Using the established SIT process, team members assess the needs of those asking for assistance, then connect those individuals and families with available resources. So currently, 1,060 unduplicated households, that's households, not individuals, are registered with the Santiam SIT for wildfire support. Of those households, 550 are displaced. 140 are active in our disaster case management program. And we have an additional 54 households who are scheduled for their first disaster case management intake interview. So that's the queue of people waiting for interviews. We are very excited to say that 55 households are now permanently rehoused. So that's just an epic effort by the service integration team. So given those numbers, I don't feel like there's anybody better suited to surmise the basic needs and cleanup challenges that these households are experiencing. So Melissa, if you're there, I'd like for you to chime in and talk about the basic needs and cleanup challenges that your team is seeing. And I'll turn my camera off and let her turn on if that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Hi, welcome, Melissa.
Hello, thank you, Dina, and thank you for having me on. I guess I just want to say that survivors are really feeling distressed, and they've lost a lot of trust in the partners, the providers that are there to, supposed to be there to support them. And we have a lot of survivors that are still in hotels, and they're dealing with anxiety, depression. On top of that, they're trying to figure out how to get to their doctor's appointments and get their medication. And they're trying to do online learning from a hotel room. We have some families that have 4 to 5 children in one hotel room. Many families still are not aware of all the resources that are available to them. We have 2 disaster case managers and 6 other staff on site here in Sublimity, enrolling people in disaster case management services. But what we're finding is that weekly, we still have survivors that are living in their cars, that are staying in tents, and that are in unsafe, stable situations, doubled up with families. Some are experiencing this for the very first time. They don't know who to reach out to. They don't know what services or benefits are available to them. Once we're able to get connected with a family, we can then start to begin to connect them to services. We have 2 state staff members here on site who can get them signed up for food stamps, for example. Many families are not aware that those services are available. Some don't know that they would qualify for the Oregon Health Plan. So getting to those families, my fear is that how many more families are out there that we're not aware of? and they're like trickling in, but we need more people here in our department. We need more people to be able to reach out to survivors. And then FEMA has been incredibly difficult to navigate. They want copies of IDs, birth certificates, titles, registration replacements, all of that. And all of which was for most survivors was destroyed in the fire. And then to get those replaced is a very complicated and frustrated process for families, especially families that are going through PTSD, which is all of our families. Some have cognitive limitations, and others have never utilized the internet before, and they don't have a cell phone, and now we're asking them to go online and to get those replacements for FEMA. So many just stop. They don't continue to appeal FEMA. One obstacle that we've ran into is now FEMA this week is requesting an updated consent form to be signed by everybody because the state released consent form is not sufficient for them, which means our 6 or 8 staff that we have here is going to have to go and do outreach into the communities, into the hotels that we don't have the time for right now to get updated consent forms so we can continue to advocate to FEMA on the survivors' behalf. And I want to also mention that we have families who want to come back to the canyon, renters who want to rent in the canyon again. They want to be employed, but those jobs just aren't available. Many of our survivors lost their jobs due to COVID, due to wildfires. But there's not employment available. And with less than 1% housing availability rate, there's not housing opportunities for people in the canyon. It's very few. We have a caseworker that literally gets up at 5 a.m. every morning to check Craigslist, because that's when most of those listings come up, is first thing in the morning. So I get my point with all of this is I feel that we really need more boots on the ground. Somebody mentioned a command center. I think that's a great idea. We've done what we can do here with our co-location center, where we do have some state employees on site, and then we've hired and we've transitioned people from the hospital. But we need more boots on the ground. We need to be out there doing outreaching and finding the survivors that need our help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Melissa and Dina, we also may want to circle back and request a separate meeting with you two now that we sort of have some of your numbers and your capabilities. I think there's a lot more we could probably work on together. So Laura or I will find you and see if we can get a separate meeting set up.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you so much. Okay, let me see if I can pick up where I learned. Did we ever find Danielle Larson or Michelle Warden? Wait, no, sorry, that was Melissa. Did we find Michelle Warden or Danielle Larson? Okay, how about David Veenendahl? David Veenendahl? No, David. Sonia Kellis. Sonia, are you here? And if you're on the phone, I've said your name, try hitting *6 and holler that you're here. Sonia Kellis. How about Elaine DeGeorge? I see you, I think you are here. Elaine? Elaine, you might have to unmute.
Elaine DeGeorge speaking.
There you go. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
There's a camera. Sorry, I have my robe on. Elaine DeGeorge speaking on behalf.
Doesn't matter. We're okay.
Speaking on behalf of the Lodge of Detroit Lake, and I am a planning commission on the Planning Commission with the City of Detroit. Just want to give you a little background on our hardships up there. Of course, we're in so need of water. You know, after the fires, I just walked away from the hotel. There was nothing for me to do. I was left with 4 rooms and a restaurant, and run a beautiful establishment for 10 years, which my husband built in 2010. And we loved being there. I mean, our summers were there. I ran a great hotel. But when the fires came through, it just devastated the business. We were left to just, you know, close down. You know, with Detroit, we're always fighting everything. You know, we're only open for maybe 5 months where we actually grab revenue, and then 7 months we're just, you know, trying to, you know, keep things running.
Hang in there.
Because I mean, you're only busy for 5 months. We're fighting the low levels of the lake, you know, with global warming always in our back pocket, and droughts. You know, sometimes we have a great season, sometimes we don't. We fought the Whitewater fires 3 years ago. And at that point in time, I didn't think we were going to make it through those fires. But once again, you know, our federal government lets these fires burn out of control. And it's nothing that we have control on. And I knew when we got into this last fire episode back in August, those fires were burning for a whole month. My boys and I had another property down in Carmel Valley. I was down there in August dealing with the fires at their property, coming back to the lake to deal with a beautiful Labor Day, gonna wrap the season up. COVID was good to us because everybody came out of the towns because they wanted to get away from everything. And I mean, it turned around for us that COVID was good for the lodge and Detroit. And we had a great season. But that night, you know, all hell broke loose. You know, who would have ever guessed? I went back to my farm in Silverton that night, only to be awoken that morning with, you know, being forced out of there. My managers left for Bend. I mean, and then it was just the waiting game. We didn't know what was going on. But I really want to say what our city needs is we need some direction. Like Vicki said, you know, our city council, God love them, but they're ill-equipped. You know, we have to have somebody directing us that you know, has a little more knowledge. I mean, we need a sewer system. We can't survive. I don't even know if I have many years left in me and energy to rebuild that hotel and keep going. I mean, I'm going to be 60 this year, and I mean, I just don't know if I can do it. I mean, our water system, I mean, they're giving us $1 million for a temporary. We deserve more than that. We have to have some stable water to just get these people back into rebuilding their homes. I mean, it's just devastating to where we're just thrown out like unwanted stepchildren. And believe me, I've been fighting every day with State Farm and my insurance. I mean, these guys, they come from all over. They don't understand our dynamics in that canyon. You have to drive an hour each way to go to work, you know? And I mean, the price of lumber, like the other gal said, oh, geez. They give you these low bids on, oh, we'll rebuild you for this. Yeah, right. Good luck, you know? And I mean, I'm just feeling so sad. I mean, this was just my business, and I wish Scott could get on there to speak. He lost his home. He lost his business. And, you know, I mean, there's got to be somebody out there to help us get to the stage we need to, at least to get moving again. I mean, we're just all in limbo. You know, our lives are just stuck in this hazy gray area. And I mean, I'd really love to see something happen. But, you know, I mean, if time goes further and further, everybody gets worn down, you know, and that's where I feel that I'm at. But I mean, we've got good people that want to help. And I mean, it's going to be a long process. I mean, I look at Paradise, they're still struggling down there, and it's been years.
Yeah, they are.
That's what I want to say. And I just really, we need somebody to help us with that sewer and get our water restored, not temporary, permanently.
Yeah, Elaine, let me just say a couple things. There is definitely an acknowledgement that Detroit is, I mean, frankly, a really special place. And if we can get the funding together and the vision together and the community together, it's going to come back incredibly strong. But I mean, there'll be a moment, you know, where that opportunity is lost, you know, if we don't seize it. And so I know there have been discussions about funding people and staff positions, but part of the reason this committee got created, frankly, was there's been a lot of discussion about, you know, prevention and what happens the next one. And for a while, we felt like maybe the victim side of recovery was getting lost, without to have one thing that's our only job is to focus on rebuilding. So, you know, we're about a month old here, and the first thing we wanted to do was get started. As Kevin knows, your commissioner that lives in Detroit, your local contact, I talked to him that night, I think, as he was driving through the fire. I saw his Facebook post at 1-something that we're leaving, and he's going to be able to get a hold of me day or night anytime he wants. And this committee is dedicated to not missing this opportunity. And we know it's going to take money and expertise and, you know, just people who aren't suffering from the trauma day to day to help provide it. We just don't want to impose top down either. We want to help the community find its vision and fund it, not come in and say, well, we think you ought to look like Vail, Colorado, or, you know, what we want you to have a grassroots vision. But you have some leadership that is getting a hold of us, and there are just tough choices. For example, just the water system alone, you know, it's been hard to decide. Do you put the $1 million toward a temporary thing or put it towards a long-term thing? And I think now we've decided both, even though it might be a waste. Long-term, to have spent the $1 million now, it's just going to help get things going. And so we're just going to spend it, and then we'll have to spend it again, but that's okay. So those are the kinds of decisions we're kind of dealing with. But we know Detroit is got the chance of a lifetime in some ways to rebuild better, and we don't want to blow it.
We are going to be the phoenix, and we will rise again.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you, Elaine, and please hang in there. 60 is still very young, and if we can get some stuff going, you've got a long career ahead of you if you want it.
I got 5 good years left.
Then you can sell your business to some young entrepreneur, and you can retire. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how about Lisa Avery? Lisa, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Yes, thank you, co-chairs and committee members, and I will be brief. I know it's getting late. I wanted to thank you for hearing my testimony and that of all of our citizens tonight. For the record, my name is Lisa Avery. I'm the president of Lynn Benton Community College, and I live in Northwest Lynn County. And for us, it was a different day in my part of Lynn County. A beautiful morning on September 8th. Some hot air balloons floating by and a wind that picked up. And we had no idea of the danger that lurked behind that wind. And I'm really just so humbled to hear my fellow Oregonians and their stories tonight. And I want to thank Representative Kate, who asked me to just talk very briefly about the educational needs of our communities here. And I know that that's not the real focus of your meetings, but it is absolutely part of our infrastructure and the human needs in the canyon. And so I've been up to Gates in Detroit with former Representative Springer who's now happily for us a Lynn County Commissioner, and talked with families about how they were coping with the conditions. And I guess two things to highlight for me that haven't yet been mentioned. One is just the way that schools and colleges have helped to try to plug into the mutual aid network and, house livestock, prepare meals at fairgrounds. We were able to lend some X-ray equipment for forensic purposes, and do some housing of people, and also to help with small business development, because right now we've got to get people back to work. And so for us, that we're honored to help our communities, but we know that that's not enough. And so several months now down the road, we have to get people back in school. And throughout the canyon and really all of the parts of Oregon that have been impacted by the fires, we need both the youth and the adults to get back to school, to be able to get back to work. And part of that is water, which I know you've heard tonight, food, housing, and I just want to echo the need for broadband and rural economic development. We can't, and I think now all of us here, we are on a lengthy Google Meets. I think we all understand better than we did a year ago the need for our broadband as part of our infrastructure. But in the canyon, that's particularly true, and it's going to help people who have been very disenfranchised get connected and stay connected and help each other and help their families. So again, thanks for everything you're trying to do and continue to do to help our residents recover, and for spending your evening with us hearing about people's experiences. And thanks for your continued work.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I hadn't really realized how Lynn and Marion come together right there until I was driving today and I crossed over and I'm like, well, I'm in Lynn County again. Yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for your work up the canyon. Okay, I've got a couple folks from Marion, then we're going to go back to Lincoln. I think we got 6 more from Lincoln. There were 2 that I didn't have on my list that came in just in time, and let me check my notes. Faith Soto and Kristen Howard. So Faith, are you with us? I think I see you here. Faith, are you still with us? You might, well, you're not muted, but you might be having that issue where you might have to log in and log back out if we can't hear you. Faith, we can't hear you, but we can see you're there and you're not muted, but we can't hear you. You might have to log out and log back in.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, now we got you. Yes.
Okay, well, I had to take my headset out, so now I can hear you and you can hear me. I could hear you fine. Hi, my name is Faith Soto. I met you, Mr. Chair and committee. I met the chair talking on Facebook last week.
Oh, that's
so
right.
Talking about equity. And in that conversation, I also talked to Danielle Bethel, Commissioner Danielle Bethel from Marion County. So I live up the North Fork. We lost our home, our barn, got out with our dogs. I said I wasn't going to lose this, but we'll see how it goes. So I'm a registered nurse, and I came tonight I don't really want to get into my story. I know you've heard a lot of stories and about the trauma of the North Fork and up Santiam Canyon. We've lived in our home 2 years now. We're newer residents. We came from other places. We love the canyon. We love the community we found there. And I came tonight to talk about some of the struggles we've come into with recovery. My husband and I are both employed, very lucky to do that all through COVID. But the communication factor has been huge for us, trying to find a path forward and get details and figure out workflows. We're both problem solvers and not used to asking for help, but I can't thank the Santiam SIT enough. I volunteered with them before this, and they've been tremendous in our recovery. We're at the point where hopefully we're going to sign a contract to build soon. But I know that there's a lot of people in the community that don't know where to ask the questions, don't know where to find the answers. I consider myself pretty educated, and this has been a heavy lift for us. There's not really a path forward. I thought that the point that Commissioner Buck made on behalf of Lane County also applies to Marion. I know the cities of Detroit and Gates and Mill City have seen their share of devastation, but those of us that live in unincorporated Marion County also don't have a focal point for resources as well. And so I think moving forward, that's going to be very important. And listening to all these stories of all these people that have survived these Labor Day fires, what I hear is there's so many different needs that you almost need people that focus on specific areas. The small cities, the unincorporated folks. I guess my interest is looking at how we can solve problems and connect people to the resources they need. Not so much on my own behalf, but so that I can see my community thrive again. Sorry, let me check my notes here. Commissioner Bethel was actually very helpful in that she connected us to the right folks at Marion County Building and Planning to answer our questions. And my understanding is that right now they're kind of on a case-by-case basis. And that's wonderful that we were able to get the answers that we've been trying to find on our own. But at some point, it's going to become overwhelming with the hundreds of households that are in the same boat we are without some kind of standardization. So I thank you for your time and appreciate that you are doing this to hear us all.
Thank you, Faith. And one thing I might note again for everybody, we are working on a piece of legislation that would essentially create a statewide grandfathering statute for folks. I may have mentioned it early on the McKinsey side, but something that would ensure that, you know, if a county building department issues you your building permit, that later there's not going to be land use challenges from the neighbors that tie you up in the Land Use Board of Appeals for the next 3 years. That if you were cited there lawfully and we're looking at, you know, criteria like you had paid taxes or, you know, you had done things to demonstrate to your county you were there and they weren't after you for building illegally, then we're going to basically make it impossible for somebody to interrupt you. The only caveat to that is the federal government has got some supremacy over us on the FEMA map issue. And so we're struggling there, particularly along the McKinsey for the floodplain matter. But the state, this committee will pass out a bill creating some grandfathering to make sure the counties have the support they need as they're issuing building permits to make sure that their decisions aren't then litigated forever by, you know, an unhappy neighbor or a watchdog group. Okay, Kristen Howard, are you here? All right, I'm puppy sitting and the puppy seems to like to be behind my back. Kristen, are you here? Okay. I think it's time, Representative Gomberg, to jump back to Lincoln. And let me see where I left off. I've got Maria Iliosa. Oh, if Maria's here, I don't see a name, but you might be on the phone, which means you'd have to hit *6. Maria Iliosa. And then I've got the Coys, Saka Coy and Guy Coy. Are either of you with us? Saka or Guy? How about Paul Brown? Paul, are you here? Oh, sorry, I jumped away. Danielle Larson, sorry, I saw in the chat you're back. Danielle, are you with us?
Yeah.
There you go. Welcome.
Do I do it like this? Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing with the camera.
No problem. You're perfect. Welcome.
Hi. So, Me and my fiance that night, like we'd gone into Salem that day and came all the way back up.
Oh, sorry, Danielle. Can you just say your name too for the record?
I'm Danielle Larson. My
Okay.
stepdad is Kevin Hills. My mom is Vicki Larson.
Great. Go ahead. Perfect.
Anyways, we ended up running away that night, finding out like middle of the night, 1 o'clock in the morning. We went around, knocked on people's doors, called them, ran through the fire, and I was 8 months pregnant. And it was extremely stressful to run away, go through all of that and everything. And in fact, I ended up having preeclampsia when I had her because of all the stress and the high blood pressure and everything else. And it was just a really, really tragic situation, really bad. We feel lucky enough to have gotten the space that we have right at the moment, but it's still very unsure. My fiance, he is the dock master at Cairns Marina, and they're going up there constantly to work. And as my mom said earlier, it's just unrealistic for him to make the drive on a constant basis, especially with us having the new baby. That's extra time spent driving and all this stuff. And I feel like the working class up there just isn't getting enough help right now. There's a lot of meetings and a lot of different things to do with insurance and FEMA that we're getting denied for. A lot of us didn't have insurance. Like, in fact, our house was standing, but it's uninhabitable. We lost almost everything inside. We got kicked out within 30 days so they can rip the place down, kind of thing. And they're not getting water up there regularly. I know that the water is going to take a while to get fixed, but for them to get tanks of water right now and food boxes and gift cards for propane and clothes and food and that kind of immediate stuff right now, because we need to be able to be up there, housing, even just temporary housing, vouchers for that kind of stuff, so that we can be there to rebuild for people to have their homes there and things like that. There's kids that still live up there, and I feel like the lights have just kind of gone down. It's gotten to a point where the community helped us a ton. A lot of people are helping us a ton, but when the resources run out, they run out. My fiance isn't even getting unemployment. They told him no, and his job burned to the ground. So it's like, we don't know what to do at this point, and we need stuff now. It's not, wait it out and wait for the phone calls and do the paperwork. It's right now. So I don't know. That's all I really have to say about it. It was very stressful and tiring, and I don't like the way that it went down, but we have other meetings for talking about that kind of thing. So.
And Danielle, you live kind of near Detroit, or are you up North Fork?
We lived in Detroit. Right now we're temporarily living in the Mahama area, kind of close to like Staten.
Yeah.
We feel really blessed for what we have. A lot of other people don't have that kind of thing, but we couldn't really go home, and we needed somewhere now for our child. And we want to take her home and be back home with our family and our community, but it's just unrealistic right now. There's no resources for us up there.
So the 30-day thing mentioned, did you own it? And they just said you got to get out?
Renting, but a lot of people up there were like us, where they didn't really have like a lease kind of thing going on, like a permanent paper lease. It was dealt through work or through, family, friends, or this or that. We felt blessed for what we had up there. We wanted to be part of that community, so we did anything that we could. And we kind of ended up in a situation where we have somebody that's not necessarily following all the laws the right way, and we're just going along with it because we don't know what else to do. And we don't want to cause waves. We just want to be home, and we want to be in our community, and we're resilient, so we just deal with it and move on because we don't know what else to do with it.
Okay. And I think we have your contact information. Are you aware of the folks from SIT who are here who are working on casework in the canyon?
We are. They actually got us connected with somebody that they got us connected with a car, and we're really, really thankful for that kind of thing. And, I feel really amazed that we got that kind of help. The community has been the most help. That's the whole thing, is that the government really hasn't done anything. They're telling him no unemployment when his job has burned to the ground, there's.
Yeah. So, I think on that one, I'm going to get back with you on the side too. We had another person mention unemployment earlier, and I actually got a text from the Speaker of the House's person saying, I think we can fix that, get their, name and phone number. And so we'll make calls. As you know, the unemployment thing was horrible for like 4 or 5 It was just a debacle. And so that is one we know how to ring their bell. Oh, there's
We
your
would really appreciate it.
there's little fire baby.
Growing and healthy and happy, and
Yeah.
we feel really blessed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for coming back from mom duties to share with us. Sorry.
Exhausting, but it's worth it.
Okay. Thank you and take care.
You too.
Okay. Representative Gomberg, I still am looking for Maria Eliosa, the Coys. I've got Paul Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Coys say that that they've listened and agree with everything that's been said, and they don't need to add to it. I wasn't able to reach Miss Elosa.
And how about Jace? No, sorry, there's one more. Laura flagged me. It's Matt Poe. And then I think I might have actually skipped over Rob Dahlman earlier, and he's, I think, patiently waiting still here. So let me see if we still have Rob. Rob?
Chair Clem, yes, Rob Dahlman.
There you go, Rob. Sorry, welcome.
That's all right. You're saving the fire service for last in this. That's fine with us. So my name is Rob Dahlman. I'm the fire chief of North Lincoln Fire and Rescue in Lincoln County. Our district covers 80 square miles, including the city of Lincoln City, the communities of Nyatsu, Rose Lodge, and Otis. So I just want to give you our district story. I can tell you that we were overwhelmed in a matter of hours on September 7th. So how this kind of all started, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 7th, we had a statewide phone call from the State Fire Marshal's office hosted by Mariana Ruiz Temple, who briefed us on, hey, this is a red flag warning. We've been in it for a couple of days now. There's a straight line wind event coming. And we were told very bluntly, you need to get your act together throughout the state. Something's going to happen. So we sent out information to all of our volunteer and career staff. We called back to duty, off-duty personnel, and we tried to get prepared. About 6 o'clock, the wind started. By 8 o'clock, we were going from call to call. About 11:30 that night, we were clearing a tree on a house call, and the engine went around the corner and called me on the radio and said, hey, chief, you need to come up here. There's a glow in the sky. And sure, I went around the corner and there was a glow in the sky. This is before we had any 911 calls or anything had occurred. So we went and found where the fire was. Simultaneously, another fire started about 3 miles to the east of them. And so that was the Echo Mountain fire complex that started. So what happened is I immediately called Oregon Department of Forestry on the phone and said, we need help. And they tried to send resources from Toledo, and they got caught on Cape Foulweather because of downed trees. When they were trying to clear the trees, a tree fell and actually struck one of their firefighters. Okay. The next phone call I got back from Oregon Department of Forestry was, hey, sorry, you're on your own. We called the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office and our county fire defense board chief, and they made a request to the state for a conflagration. At that point in time, I really had no idea what was going on throughout the state, but quickly learned that we were denied the conflagration, not because we weren't deserving, but because there was a lack of resources. So our immediate concern was evacuations. We went into evacuation mode as soon as we got up there. We had 3 police officers, had a state trooper, a county sheriff's deputy, and a city of Lincoln City police officer came to Otis. And that's them and my firefighters started evacuating people. That's how we got out of this with no lives lost. So at the end of the day, 300 homes burned, $25 million in property damage, and no lives lost. What I guess I'm here to talk to you about is what you've said, and I've heard many times, is how can we be more prepared? How can we be more prepared as a state? How can we be more prepared as individual counties and individual fire districts? So obviously this isn't the point to talk about codes and how codes are important to that. I know you have another topic on that, but I need to commend Lincoln County because they have put together efforts for rebuilding where they have moved people with permits to the front of the line and forego the cost of those permits. We're especially concerned with access and water supply issues. And we need to look at, as a state, ways to improve local funding, and we need to look at ways of discouraging people taking away that funding. And so once we get that funding, it needs to be put into place. I can answer a couple of the questions and concerns I saw tonight throughout the things. So we did do an after-action review. We did an after-action review that included Oregon Department of Forestry, the State Fire Marshal's Office, and the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. That's a public document. Everybody can see what we did and when we did it. We've shared that document with the State Fire Marshal's Office specifically, and the Fire Marshal herself has commended us for what we did. We have a lot of lessons learned, and we're working on those lessons. We're working on rebuilding our communication system, making them more resilient. We have worked on our partnerships. I can tell our partnerships throughout the county are extremely stronger than they were when this first started. So our next concern is the upcoming fire season, and it's not just in Lincoln County, but it's statewide. All these areas that have burned are prime targets for coming earlier than they did this last year. So you're looking at April and May when these areas are already dry and we have potential for burning. So the state needs to be prepared for that. And that's going to take cooperation between Oregon Department of Forestry, the State Fire Marshal's Office, and local jurisdictions. That's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you all very much for your time and a long night.
Yeah, thanks for your patience, Chief. We appreciate that. Okay, now, I've got some other fire service folks, and again, I'm not sure if I scared you off earlier, but let me just check.
Mr. Chairman, I do have Matt Poe, who you called on earlier.
Yeah, okay, great.
And Mr. Chairman, you know, we've been hearing from people that have suffered devastating losses, but I just have to thank the chief, his team, and all the first responders for the lives they saved and the homes that they saved as well. But thank you for that indulgence. I have Matt Poe here. Matt, you can go ahead.
Okay, like you said, you heard my name, and I just a couple things that I think could have been better. We got woke up, my mom and I got woke up that night about midnight. Took her a little longer to get me awake, and I went out to see what the heck was going on, and Echo Mountain was on fire. I got it on video and in pictures, and I walked over to Yodel. There were 2 or 3 deputy sheriff cars on Yodel, I think a couple fire engines on Yodel. And I asked what was going on, and they said, besides the mountain being on fire, we're evacuating people. I said, okay, when are you going to come over to Northwest View to start evacuating? Well, we'll get over there when we can get over there. Well, my mom and I woke a few other neighbors up on Westview, and we didn't leave Westview until 3 o'clock in the morning. And the only thing that I can say is there was neighbor waking neighbor. There was no county sheriff, there was no fire department, there was no nothing on Westview or on Hillside. It was only neighbor waking neighbor that got those people out of there. And I'm grateful for the fire department that stepped up and did what they did. We went down and stayed behind the Otis, what they call the pot shop in Otis. We stayed there until the next morning at 8 o'clock, and there was only smoke. My mom and I went back up there. We saw people going back into their homes, so she and I went back to ours. And that morning at 11, thank God for my dog, woke me up when I stepped outside to let him use the bathroom, and the deputy sheriff said, "You need to get out of here now." Then the deputy sheriffs were all over Westview. So my thought for all of this is that people that as we back in there and get rebuilding, which my mom and I are rebuilding and coming back, is to allow something set up at the fire department to allow those people that live up there to go and put their name on a list, cell phone, home phone, whatever kind of phone they have, so that if something like this ever happens again, they can do automatic first 911 calls and they can reach everyone. That's my concern. Because my mom is elderly. My mom is 79 years old, and there were older people there than that, I know. But my mom was not in good health, and that didn't do her health much good.
Yeah.
And thank God we're all alive. And I'm glad that all the effort that has come from everyone putting Otis back together, helping Otis get back together, the community coming together. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for all the firefighters that risked their lives to help save what they could. I'm grateful for all these people, but something like I just mentioned about a list being put out needs to be done so that everybody can be heard and everybody can be told to get out at one time. And that's all I can say. And a letter came around. My mom told me about this letter. I'm not with her. She's on the coast and I'm inland. But a letter came out that explained how different things could have been better. Different things could have changed. And I don't know all the letter said, but my mom said that would be a good place to start, is the letter that came out to everybody in us.
Okay, we'll see if we can track it down. You might ask your mom if she's got the copy. Maybe get in touch with Representative Domberg. Yeah, the gentleman you got on the phone right now, he's a good one to get the letter to, and then we can get some to-do items off of there as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's what I would like to see happen.
Okay, thanks, Matt, for sticking with us. Thanks for taking our call when we called back. Sorry we missed you earlier. Okay, I've got, just want to double check and see. Roger Johnson, who is our Sisters Camp Sherman Fire District, or Chris Heppel, who is Eugene Springfield. Exact title is Eugene Springfield Fire. Rob Bullock from Douglas County Fire District 2, or Chief Ted Damewood. Okay, is there anybody else I missed? I see at least one or two names on here, like Ed Deal. I don't know that I ever had you, Ed, or got to you, but is there anybody else I missed who wants to let us know their final thoughts here? Okay. Senator Golden, anything? Hold on, Brian. Did you have one more to add? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't mention earlier, one of the things that I was disappointed in our coordination in North Lincoln County was that I believe that to this day, there exists no list of fire-affected residents, fire victims. And, some of that is out of respect for privacy and so on. But I think it's absolutely critical that you as a committee have a comprehensive list. And that doesn't mean waiting for people to come to you, because as mentioned earlier, a lot of these people are very traumatized, and part of trauma and anxiety is avoidance. And there are a lot of these people who were just kind of getting through the day before this, and they're not really that able to reach out for help. So I would suggest that it's incumbent upon this committee and all the local agencies to make a comprehensive list, with a need to know kind of basic security, reasonable privacy consideration of fire affected people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brian. I mean, I was thinking about how do we get for example, that you can get your vaccine early. If we can get that approved, how do we tell everybody? And so it'd be nice to have the list. So thank you so much.
But when you're talking to Otis, it's Facebook, because there still isn't any really, any communication out there. But Facebook's working.
Yeah, Santiam Canyon has some good groups too, and so sometimes it is those social networks and word of mouth. But we will see what we can do. FEMA. I'm pretty disturbed about this earlier thing about the FEMA updated consent form. So A, I want to see if for our SIT folks, we can not have that have to be done right now. But B, if we can't figure out a way to get people all together. Okay.
Thank
You bet, Brian. Thank you. And Norm, are you saying hi or bye or want to say one more thing? Because you're muted.
I don't think she's muted.
Yeah. Norma, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I unmuted. Maria actually would like to speak.
Okay,
I think Dave was going to try to help figure that out. She was going to try to jump online.
Okay. Any luck with? Are you talking about Maria Iliosa?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And then David, while you're working on that, Dina, are you still there? Dina Ferreras, are you still with us? Got your hand up, if so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have Maria when you're ready.
All right, thanks, David. Dina, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, that's Maria, I think. Okay, let's go to Maria, David. Go ahead, or Representative Galbraith, please. Maria, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Maria Eliosa. I live in Yoro Lane in Forest. My house was one of the first house in front of Echo Mountain, September 7th. So it was like really crazy time. Nobody told us what will be happening. We are trying to survive for 5 months and a half every day. What everybody say, we have sometimes dreams with what will happen. We're not sleeping very well. We try to struggle through this hard time. The good thing for my family was that we have insurance for the home, but what the insurance paid, that was not enough because we need to clean the property. That was almost $10,000. We need to put back the services like power on, the water. So it's a super crazy time. We have 2 kids. We try to do what we can do, but really, it's really hard to do it. It's really hard to keep going. We know the state and the federal government will be help, but we cannot see any help from after 5 months. And we would like to get some help in any way, especially when we have kids, when we lost jobs with this pandemic. So we try to survive, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and hear my voice. And can say thank you so much to the Salmon River Dredge because without that help, we cannot survive every day. The money what we get from the insurance is just going so fast. We need to change the septic tank. We need to put the pole for the power on, again back for the water. So we buy travel trailer because the stay in motel. We are really grateful that we have it to stay in motel, but it's so hard to cook, to try living there. It's so hard time. I hope so we can get any help in any ways. We have too many necessities here in the town, and I hope so we have the leaders. We can have the voice, to pass the voice to the government. Before I have a job by the county, and I know people, it's really hard time to be homeless. But now I'm feeling what is have house or home. I know what you have, everything you have is in your car. I know, can you feel fear and maybe hopeless, but it's hard. Some days it's really more hard for the other ones. And I hope so we can see results soon or any response or answers.
Maria, question for you, or maybe somebody else too, who's dealing with septic tanks. Is part of the issue the other one was damaged to the point where it just can't be used, or have you been told you have to get a new one under some kind of code or some kind of policy?
To replace the bags of something, but later they check it and they say that we need to replace it because
defective ground, so we was totally lost. So we need to replace it, and that was around the 5,000 to 6,500. You know, and that's covered by insurance.
It is covered or no, not covered?
Not.
Yeah, that's one place the state. We actually have some money out there for, Representative Gomberg may remember in his natural resources sub, there is a program for helping people, but we never get enough money into it. So we're thinking about trying to load it up with money this time, because we're actually pretty good at getting help out to people, but we always run out of money quickly for getting people upgraded on their septics. So we'll prioritize wildfire survivors and try and get that as part of our funding package. So thank you. And again, thanks for sticking with us. Thank you, Representative Gomberg, for getting her in on the phone. And the volume was bouncing back a little bit, so you may need to make sure you can get a hold with her to see if there's some case-specific things besides the septic tank that we may need to know about. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else I missed? And Dina, I've still got your hand up, but I don't know if that's on purpose. And you're muted.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on 1 second, Norma Jane. I think we got her unmuted. Nope, okay. Not quite. Still muted. Still don't hear you. Could be your headset volume turned off. And you're not muted. You're not muted now, but we just can't hear you. Like maybe your mic went off or something. We're going to call you anyways, so that's you can sign out and sign back in. Okay, we'll call you. Thank you. Okay, Norma, last word, and then my really patient committee members get to go to sleep because a lot of them have 6 a.m. meetings.
I just wanted to make sure that you folks understood that the reason why part of the septic is such a big issue on the fire here at Echo Mountain is that the fire went underground. So it actually went underground and it destroyed a lot of the septic systems as well as the water. And so that's been true in a lot of different cases, I'm sure in other places as well. But that's where a lot of that is.
That's helpful. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought about that.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, committee members, thank you for staying so late and getting through this. Senator Golden, thanks for sticking with us. I can't quite see the whole screen, so I don't know how many of your folks stuck it out, but really, really appreciate it. Any more comments for the good of the order, Senator?
Well, I'd just say I sure saw a lot of patience and courage tonight. And it strikes me a lot of people have been let down and disappointed in the governmental response to all this. And yet they're still here. They got enough belief to stay and tell their difficult personal stories. So I think that puts a lot on us to do what we can to move them towards being whole again, and to do, just to try to relieve, some really terribly broken lives, and if we can, on top of that, create a system where in the next disaster, because there will be others, people aren't left to fend for themselves quite as much, then we've really cleared the bar. And I'm grateful to people for focusing us on the work ahead.
Thank you, Senator. And one more thing I might just comment, and then we'll go to Rep. Graber. Notification has been a theme throughout the state. It's really been common that people feel like we need it. And one of the recommendations from a statewide council was to fund something called OR Alert. We still need to get a full briefing on, is that really going to be the magic bullet that we think it is? But there are other places who have tornado warnings, and the coast has tsunami sirens. And so we're going to have to start thinking differently about our communities and how to get the words out because of that. And it's a common theme, probably the biggest theme. And I know even I live in Salem. We never dreamed fire could get all the way to Salem, but there was a moment there where I'm kind of wondering, should I evacuate or not? And human nature was like, boy, I sure hope I don't have to. And I can see that a lot of people were in that position, whereas if nobody's telling you go now, you kind of like to think that it maybe isn't quite that bad. You don't quite have to. Yep. And then boom, suddenly, yeah, you have to. And that human nature to say, well, I can see it's way out. That's not coming my way. We got to have a way to shake people out of that. So Rep Graber, Rep Marsh, let's hear from you too. You've all committee members been so quiet all night because I talked too much. So thank you, Rep Graber.
Sure. I just want to make sure, thank you, Chair Clem, that maybe we reach out to the fire service officials who may have been here to share kind of the personal side of things, because for lots of us, it was intensely personal, and see if maybe they're available to come back on Wednesday.
Yeah, I was thinking Wednesday night would be a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Vice Chair Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Clem. Just another extraordinary night of testimony, and many thanks to everyone who stuck with us and shared what we do understand is a traumatic experience, just to recite what happened to them. I also wanted to note, I sat on the steering committee of the OR Alert program, and I have warned them that we want to hear from them and recognize that legislators and elected officials across the state all really are interested in and need to understand the capacity of that OR Alert system, because the experience that we've heard about over and over again of people not being notified, not being alerted, can't happen again.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I'd forgotten you were on that. So thank you for making us aware of that, because I keep hearing it as a solution. We just got to make sure it's what we think it is and that it's funded, et cetera. Okay, colleagues, long night. Appreciate all your patience, and fellow Oregonians. We just can't say enough how A, sorry we are, but B, how committed we are to focusing on your needs. This committee isn't going away soon. I think people ask me, does this go away at the end of session? I said, no, it's going to be here for years. And I think that most of us on here either have districts that we're going to live and breathe it because it's in our districts, or worked in fire service our whole life, like Representative Graber. Or are the kind of people who are problem solvers and pretty tenacious. And so the speaker put this committee together fairly carefully because we're all sort of bulldoggy in our own rights, and we want to get the list and just keep working on it until you're whole. So we're so sorry for your losses, but we're so thankful that you're willing to share with us tonight.
Chair Clem, thanks for your guidance tonight, and thanks to Laura Kentness for some great staff work tonight.
Laura is the true rock star. This is obviously for all of us a different experience. I didn't say this in the beginning, but I did in Southern Oregon. If it weren't for COVID, we'd be coming out to your communities and holding town halls in granges and cafeterias and anything that's still standing. We would have been out there listening to you, not trying to ask you to figure out how to register and do Microsoft Teams, et cetera. But given the pandemic, this is the best we can do for this second, and we're so thankful for your input, and we appreciate it. So with that, I'll say good night, and we will see you all Wednesday evening. Thanks again, everybody.